Embassy on strengthening counter-trafficking efforts in Sri Lanka. We have been here for some time, and you have been registering for this program for the last week, and then you are waiting for this event. So you all deserve a warm welcome, an official welcome. So let me call the National Director of Save the Children to welcome you all, officially welcome you all. Mr. Julian Chellappa, this is over to you.
Welcome all development partners, officials from Government of Sri Lanka, particularly from the Department of National Child Protection Authority, the Ministry of Child Development, Police Department, and etc. Colleagues from non-government, UN and SE, and officials from US, and also people joining online. Good morning, good afternoon, and some of them are good evening as well. I'm glad that we all here for two purposes. The one is that we are taking everyone through the effort SE has taken, strengthening the child trafficking in Sri Lanka as part of the work done together with IOM on the overall counter trafficking in Sri Lanka. The fold of this is that this is another significant milestone for us, informing our findings, child trafficking around the tourism in Sri Lanka in particular. We, Save the Children, strongly believe our success in number of milestones is that evidence generation always have uptaken us to inform policy and program design. The event also demonstrates our work has a strong advocacy focus. Support coming from US government, and we had an encouraging movements all the time from JTIP and the US Embassy. And also I have to register at this point to say that the US government is the bigger portfolio funder for Sri Lanka, and particularly for Save the Children in Sri Lanka. I take this opportunity to thank everyone and supported for this success, and welcome all for this event. This a short story from myself, but I'm sure the team is going to take you through the bigger picture the project went through for last 2 years, I suppose. 2 years? Yes. And we could also look at what's next, what's our forward going on this project, or in this particular impact that children have been facing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julian Chellappa, for providing a beautiful welcome speech together with the Save the Children's work here in Sri Lanka. And we are skipping next item in the agenda to provide you an overview work of Save the Children, which we will be giving you our website links to maybe refer further on what Save the Children has been doing in Sri Lanka for decades. Now, I'm going to give you a little brief on the specific project that you all are part of, this event is part of. Give me 1 second, I just start my... So until we start this presentation, you know, there are a number of people joining from different parts of the world. And we here at this beautiful setup, we have people from different sectors and different government officers and senior officials from ministries and departments. So this event is a diverse and dynamic audience we have come together for this event. So you will be enjoying a lot of interesting sessions for next couple of hours, together with two significant event within this event. That's we will be handing over a document that we developed with series of discussion and consultations and number of efforts we put into develop those documents. So those two documents will be officially handing over to the relevant authorities. So now the presentation, anyway, so presentation has to come, but I'll just go through the overview of the project. The people who are watching this through virtual, you might be able to see the presentations. So people here may not be able to see the presentation, but you can see me. So this project has been funded by the United States Department of States and through the International Organization for Migrations. Project was started in 2018, and we have completed almost all the activities by end of March. The main objective, there are three main objectives of this project. One is to strengthen civil society, to support the government's effort in strengthening the counter-trafficking efforts. So that's one big objective. And the second objective is to provide capacity development for civil society as well the government officials to identify, refer, and protect child victims of trafficking. And the third objective, to make public awareness more on public side to support victims of trafficking. So these are the three main objectives of this project. These objectives were reached through 5 main activities. Two activities that I have already mentioned about the documents that we have developed. One is the guidance notes on the identification, protection, and referral of child victims of trafficking, which you will be handing over session you will be witnessed soon. And you will have an opportunity to learn more about that on next sessions. And the other, as I said, the interview guidelines, that again, you will have another specific session to discuss the interview guidelines. And the other 3 activities is conducting a research. So research, you will have more insight on the research, where we have presentations and panel discussion on the research. So these are the activities. Together with, we have a specific activity supporting victims of trafficking, which you will hear from the Department of Probation and Child Care Services, how this activity is carried out and what we have achieved and what we are looking forward to. So this is the brief of the project, and I think you will have more opportunity to engage with asking questions and clarifying project activities, as well as the other section that we have highlighted in the agenda in next couple of hours. So let me welcome the next speaker, the main backbone of this activity and the project, that is the United States government. And I would like to invite Ms. Samantha Peterson, the political associate of United States Embassy in Colombo.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the International Organization for Migration and Save the Children for inviting me to speak on this very important topic. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you and thank you for your work on and attention to child trafficking. I'd also like to acknowledge the leadership and time given to this initiative by the Sri Lankan government, specifically the State Ministry of Women and Child Development, the National Child Protection Authority, and the Department of Probation and Child Care Services, which together with Save the Children have implemented key interventions to help counter child trafficking in Sri Lanka. Combating trafficking in persons remains a top priority for the U.S. government, both in the United States and internationally. As a part of this commitment, the United States funds the Strengthening Counter-Trafficking Efforts in Sri Lanka, or the SCOUT project, to advance anti-trafficking efforts here in Sri Lanka. The publication of the research findings, guidance note, and the interview guidelines provides us with the knowledge and tools to continue our joint efforts to combat child trafficking in Sri Lanka. To make progress, the international community, the government of Sri Lanka, local law enforcement, and the private sector must continue to collaborate and support the prosecution of traffickers, the protection of victims, and the prevention of human trafficking. The United States stands ready to further assist as we work together to address this global issue. Through partnerships with organizations like IOM and Save the Children, and our relationships with government stakeholders, we cooperate with local and international experts to identify and help address the root causes of trafficking. These partnerships are vital because trafficking in persons is truly a complex and global issue. Each year, thousands of men, women, and children are exploited at the hands of human traffickers, both in their own countries and abroad. Every country in the world is affected by TIP, including the United States. It is important to hold perpetrators accountable no matter their status, as well as build social structures within society to protect vulnerable populations and support survivors. The work that we do at the U.S. Embassy, in the Sri Lankan government, and at NGOs is meant to ensure that no child is invisible and that no perpetrator can take advantage of this feeling. So thank you. Thank you for being here and for continuing to pay attention. I look forward to the discussions today and to our future partnerships.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samantha. And the next item in the agenda is to call a specific. We are inviting a person from United Kingdom, and thanks to technology for connecting the world at this small room. So the time is to the International Organization for Migrations, and Mr. Andrew, the Deputy Chief of Mission, will be delivering a keynote speech. Mr. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much. And yes, I am very grateful for the miracles of technology to be able to join virtually from the UK. Yeah, I'm delighted to be able to speak at the launch of this important report and tools produced by Save the Children in partnership with the International Organization for Migration. Mr. Sarat Dash, the IOM Chief of Mission for Sri Lanka and the Maldives, is unable to be present at this important event today. But I'm very glad to be here to represent him and to represent the mission and the organization. Greetings to the representatives of the governments of Sri Lanka, in particular the State Ministry of Women and Child Development, the National Child Protection Authority, the Police, Women and Children's Bureau, the Ministry of Justice, and other members of the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force, the United States Embassy, colleagues from Save the Children, from other UN agencies and NGOs. Firstly, I would really very much like to express the gratitude to the government of Sri Lanka for their support and partnership with IOM. We're particularly grateful to the members of the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. We've worked with the task force for many years in a partnership, and we feel that our work has contributed to increased coordination amongst key stakeholders and has supported the implementation of strategic interventions. In particular, IOM has provided technical support to members of the task force and has also supported the development of standard operating procedures and referral mechanisms. Our partnership with the task force has also included technical support to help finalize the 5-year National Strategic Action Plan to monitor and combat human trafficking. It's noteworthy, I think, that the action plan was endorsed by the government of Sri Lanka in February 2021, which I think demonstrates a firm commitment to tackle and eradicate trafficking. As has already been said, I mean, trafficking is a significant and terrible issue, and it is a global problem. No country is immune from the effects of trafficking, and I think it's very noteworthy that the government of Sri Lanka is determined to tackle these issues. And as IOM, we are strongly committed to working with the widest possible range of partners on the issue and also to directly support victims of trafficking. Since 2007, IOM Sri Lanka has provided direct protection and assistance to over 200 survivors of trafficking. And we also work very closely with government and civil society partners. I would also particularly like to thank the United States Department of State, We have a very long partnership with JTIP over a number of years, and are very grateful to the Department of State for the generous funding that they've given, which has enabled us to do our work in Sri Lanka. And the current Scout project, also funded by JTIP, has enabled several key actions to address child trafficking in Sri Lanka in collaboration with Save the Children. A number of those things will be unveiled and discussed today, including SOPs, referral mechanisms, and the very important research report, which has already been referred to. I'm very happy to work with Save the Children on this report and the production of the associated tools. The purpose of the research was to generate evidence for advocacy, as well as to ensure appropriate measures that can be taken to reduce children's vulnerability, to generally protect the victims of trafficking, and to secure the prosecution of the perpetrators. I think it's very good to see such a detailed and sophisticated analysis of the problems and the possible solutions. And I think particularly noteworthy that the report was completed and the research in collaboration with local civil society organizations and government counterparts across a whole range of districts. In reading the report, I feel it highlights the tragic stories of vulnerability and abuse, and the way in which initial abuse and deprivation can kind of act as a trigger or an enabler for further and deepening exploitation. I think the report looks in a very compelling and sophisticated way at the push and pull factors and the stages which may lead eventually to people being trafficked in Sri Lanka within the international tourist industry. But I would say that it's noteworthy that the international tourist industry is only possibly the last stage in the process, and the report highlights the causes and effects and the different ways that children can be trafficked and exploited in the domestic, to serve domestic and possibly national tourists in Sri Lanka. I think the evidence base is really critical to inform good decision making and policy making, and also to inform advocacy. And I think it highlights very well that prevention and victim care are absolutely critical. And I really welcome the report and the tools, and IOM are very grateful to all our partners for the work that we're all able to do together. And in closing, I would also like to restate our commitment to continue working with all our partners and everyone that is present at the day today to protect the victims of trafficking. Thank you very much on behalf of IOM, and I wish you a good and fruitful event. Thank you.
If I started thanking the efforts made by different actors on this success of this project, I won't stop until 5:30. So we need to end up the project, end of the event. So let me give my grateful to the donor United States government, as well as International Organizations for Migrations. International Organization for Migration in Sri Lanka is not just donor, but they were kind of partner, and they were part of every single activities that we have carried out under this project, and supported us technically as well as the implementing process. So thank you again, Mr. Andrew and the team of International Organizations for Migration for being with us and for supporting this project implementations. Next, now I spoke about two significant occasions in this event. Now the time has come to witness that one of the significant events. I talked about the interview guidelines to provide training and provide the guidelines to the law enforcement officials when interviewing child victims of trafficking. So this document has developed with number of people's involvement and contribution. Especially, this was developed by the senior technical advisor of Save the Children based in UK, and with the consultation of number of government officers, civil society, and the relevant authorities. So with that note, I would like to invite the chairman of National Child Protection Authority to hand over the interview guidelines to the representative from the National Police Training Academy, Mr. DIG Sajiva Metawatta and DIG Sampath Kumara. Please come onto the stage to receive this interview guidelines. Thank you very much, the chairman of National Child Protection Authority, for being here and officially handing over the interview guidelines. So it's not just a book, it's a knowledge, commitment, and the way forward of this project. So we hope that this will be taken forward in future, and the real essence of this contribution will be in practice. So we are looking forward to see that in near future. And the next is most weighted event, the research. This is one of the main activity of this project, where there are, in general, we don't have specific data on child trafficking in Sri Lanka. So everyone looks for data and for the to understand the issue. So this specific research we did during COVID-19 period, and there were the lead researcher put a lot of efforts in getting this done. So I think it's a marvelous work we did during this period, and was able to complete the research and come up with the final report, which you have a copy with you. And may I welcome Dr. Pamela Pires, the lead researcher, to deliver the findings, methodology, finding and analysis of the research. Dr. Pamela, let me introduce her. Dr. Pamela Pires is a social work doctorate graduate of the University of Denver, Colorado from USA. She has been involved in child rights-centered professional work and study for about 30 years in Sri Lanka, the USA, Colombia, Bolivia, and Philippines. She has an international staff. She had responsibility for the field operations and development works. She's also a senior consultant to international non-governmental organizations such as Plan International, Christian Aid, Mercy Corps, and Action Aid International, and some other local non-government and government organizations. She has held National Impact Evaluation Research Team, Research for Policy, and received funding on prepared proposals for program implementation. She is also a qualified trainer, and she has conducted training for trainers sessions locally and internationally. Let's welcome with that note, Dr. Pamela Pires. This is over to you.
Good afternoon and good evening, and good afternoon and good evening around the world. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a very significant research that was carried out with a very with the intention of actually carrying a message. One thing is to highlight the importance of child trafficking in Sri Lanka, as well as to inform that there is this clandestine population among us. So maybe when we walk around, be alert, we don't know who is with us. We don't know their story. So let me begin by sharing with you what the research entailed. This was a qualitative research. Qualitative research is carried out to explore a phenomenon. As Mr. Ziad mentioned a little while ago, we don't have data about child being trafficked because it's a clandestine phenomenon. So what we did was we tried to investigate this hidden phenomenon. Today, for this overview, I would really present, of course, a brief introduction to the research methodology, research findings, and research analysis. The research objective was to generate an in-depth understanding of child sex trafficking in the tourism industry in Sri Lanka, including understanding which children are particularly vulnerable to exploitation and trafficking, push and pull factors, and geographic areas where exploitation is commonly found. I will go into details later on, so I will first present the main points. I would like to present the terms that we use in this research. One is child trafficking, which is being explained in several conventions, but what is mostly accepted internationally is the Palermo Protocol, which Sri Lanka has ratified in 2015. I would like to highlight something. The main explanations. People ask, what is trafficking? What is child trafficking? Trafficking in persons shall mean the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons by means of the threat, or use of force, or other forms of coercion, of abduction, of fraud, of deception, of the abuse of power, or of a position of vulnerability, of the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person, having control over another person for the purpose of exploitation. Exploitation shall include, at a minimum, the exploitation of the prostitution of others or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor or services, slavery or practices similar to slavery, servitude, or the removal of organs. Further, the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of a child for the purpose of exploitation shall be considered trafficking in persons, even if this does not involve any of the means set forth in paragraph A of this article. Also, child shall mean any person under 18 years of age. So when I speak about the research, we have been focusing on persons, children under 18 years of age. And I'll tell you how we were able to reach them. There's a domestic legislation which is as comfortable and as forceful and encompassing. Sri Lanka is a state party to both the UNCRC Optional Protocol 2 and the Palermo Protocol, Section 360C of the Penal Code Amendment, Act number 16 of 2016 of Sri Lanka, specify the following for a child: recruits, transports, transfers, harbors or receives a child, or does any act, whether with or without the consent of such child. This is very important to know that this would be like with or without the consent of such child for the purpose of securing forced or compulsory labor or services, slavery, servitude, or the removal of organs, prostitution or other forms of sexual exploitation, or any other act which constitutes an offense under any law shall be guilty of the offense of trafficking. Let's see what tourism means. It has a very extensive description. I mean, usually we don't think of tourism, and it's not the general understanding of tourism in the country also. So let's see what it says. Tourism is a social, cultural, and economic phenomenon which entails the movement of people to countries or places outside their usual environment for personal or business, professional purposes. These people are called visitors, which may be either tourists or excursionists, residents or non-residents. And tourism has to do with their activities, some of which involve tourism expenditure. So this is a definition that is given by the World Trade Organization. Let's see what the methodology we used. The methodology that we used for sampling was the snowball sampling, also called chain sampling method, was successfully employed for this study, which involved a process of contacting several knowledgeable people with whom the researcher can speak about in getting in contact with prospective research participants. Due to stigma and current social situations, it was found that prior victims of trafficking would open up only to someone familiar. These persons of trust were assigned to locate and conduct individual interviews of former child victims of trafficking. It is acknowledged that such snowball sampling could add researcher bias, which was addressed at the interviewer training. So these were the sample criteria. The participants had been trafficked as a child. That is, the participant would have been 18 years of age. At the time of interview, the interviewee is between 18 and 35 years of age. Now, I need to clarify here, we spoke to adults, but we spoke to adults who had been trafficked before. And to select these people, those who had been trafficked, we also had to go through a certain process, which I will mention in a little while. First, let me explain to you the criteria. People of all genders, including people with diverse sexual orientation, gender expressions, and sex characteristics. Also, we looked into all ethnicities and religions. And the area, the geographic area that was covered, were looked into the person had to be residing in a tourist hotspot within the districts of Ampara, Anuradhapura, Badulla, Colombo, Gaul, Gampaha, Hambantota, Nuwara, Ratnapura, and they would be residing temporarily or permanently. I had to say something, mention something about qualitative sampling here. Qualitative sampling size is determined by information saturation at point of redundancy, seeking depth and breadth, the latter referring to the number. So if you were to do quantitative research, one would say, okay, we are doing 300, the sample size would be 300,000, 30,000. But in qualitative, we look into the information saturation points. And we look into the depth and the breadth. For this study, however, 25 individual interviews and 11 key informant interviews were carried out in spite of difficulties encountered in carrying out interviews due to COVID-19. So we had interview guides designed, and key informant interviews were prepared. So data were gathered using 2 interview guides designed to conduct the individual interviews and the key informant interviews. Observations were used to document interviewer responses. Now we have key informant profiles because in qualitative research, when we say a KII, we look for people who have observed the phenomenon, who are knowledgeable about the phenomenon. So this is how these are the people who joined us. A hotel owner, 2 lawyers who were proficient and knowledgeable about child trafficking, a person working with HIV, AIDS, and STD populations, director of an international childcare institution, an experienced trainer carrying out programs for girls' education in Sri Lanka, a transgender representative carrying out educational initiatives and community outreach programs, also a peer educator with extensive work experience in the tourism sector, an employee in the prison system, a foreign national having interest in protection rights of children. So this was our sample size. You will see, could they see these slides? You can see the slides, okay. So you see the district to your left, right? Okay, you see Galle, Gampa, Ampara, the category is coastal. We had 11 cases, and these were 4 female and 6 male. Hambantota, Anuradhapura, which is categorized as local, we had 4 cases, 4 female and no male. Nuwara, Ratnapura, covering rural plantation sectors, we had 6 in total, all 6 were female. Colombo urban area, we had 4, 1 female and 3 male. The total was 25. 15 of them were female and 10 male. Ethical clearance. I need to emphasize that the research credibility anchors on the ethical clearance that we would obtain, and ethical clearance is carried out to ensure the rights of the participants are adhered to. So we obtained Save the Children USA's internal ethical clearance, and the following measures were taken to ensure the research participants' rights and privileges were upheld. The research team was trained on qualitative interview methods, interview guides, research ethics, child safeguards, and data protection. Also, written and verbal consent were obtained from all the participants in the research. Also, COVID-19 safety and security orientation and training were provided for research team and participants. And when the state declared the lockdown of certain districts, as health precautionary measures, the use of distance and online interview methods were established and training provided. Most importantly, confidentiality and safe storage of data have been ensured already. They are in safe hands. I need to mention about our team. We were a team of 17 field personnel. Interviewers were affiliated to a network of local CBOs and NGOs working with commercial sex workers and tourist service providers. Interviewer dyads were set up consisting of female and male interviewers. So there were 15 interviewers. There were 15 people speaking to the research participants. We have persons working as social liaison. this was something new, and I hope I can speak about this later. The social liaison was because we were doing snowball interviewing. That means you go and look for people that you know. So you need to have people out there that would speak to us. And imagine this is a clandestine phenomenon, and the researchers don't know who they are. So we need to have this contact with a person who is linked to possible people who would have been trafficked. So one person was responsible to let us know about key informants, and the other person was helping us with looking for prospective research participants. I have only 10 minutes, bear with me. We had a research administrator, and as lead researcher, I was responsible for field research design, training, developing interview tools, data collection, analysis, preparing and submitting report drafts. So we had some limitations: obtaining ethical clearance locally, as well as COVID-19 restrictions, delayed data gathering. Conducting focus group interviews with children was cancelled due to COVID-19 health protocols and closing down schools. Online data collection was carried out in certain districts due to lockdown. Face-to-face visits could not be carried out in certain areas because we were conducting, because of the lockdown, so we had to carry out online interviews. So that also is a limitation because you don't see the person's face, you can't observe. So, yeah. Because of the research participants' clandestine lifestyle, some did not agree to phone interviews because they wanted to see the person, because they were scared that somebody from somewhere would be speaking to them and they didn't know who they were speaking to. So these were the research findings, and the emerging themes are presented in response to the 3 key research questions. I don't know whether you'll be able to read, but let me read them out. On the first column is causal factors of vulnerability leading to child sex trafficking. What we see there is, we found impact of household poverty, parenting negligence, loss of parent separation. This was very important because the family dysfunction played a very significant role. We also came across labor exploitation, and that led to trafficking, victim of child abuse and gang rape. These kids were very vulnerable. We also came across drug and alcohol addiction of children, that again made them vulnerable and they were trafficked. And there were socio-cultural circumstances, simple things but very significant. Another area is child's experience as victim of trafficking. So in these areas, we came across victims had their own perception of their traffickers. The traffickers were very sweet to them at the beginning, and then they became very violent and later on. So we can talk about it later. One of the other most important thing was pornographic materials. Before the child was trafficked, the trafficker would introduce to the child these materials. Deception is one of the key things even in the protocols, Palermo definition and the Sri Lanka Penal Code 360C. Deception, what is deception? The child is lied to. The child is deceived. And there were many ways of the way that the child was deceived. Sexual abuse by trafficker, once the child was deceived, the trafficker would sexually abuse the child. And the traffickers were male and female. Seclusion and isolation were forms of slavery. Sometimes there were children in a facility and they didn't know that they were in this facility and there were other people. Till there was, in one case, there was a police raid and they didn't know till the police arrived. There were pregnancies and health issues and medical needs. I don't think I have time to go through this. Can I skip this. I mean, you will have, I mean, we can have this conversation, but I will have to skip this. But let me just mention a few areas. The causal factors that pull girls and boys to remain in the sex tourism industry, one of the main things were the economic security, fear of life, and also some of the children had already got used to drugs. And also some were addicted to sexual behaviors. Identification and protection of child victims. This is important because even when the police raided, they couldn't identify the child who was trafficked because nobody knew. And also, the child did not confide that she was or he was trafficked. So the police didn't know. Probation did not know. So in our sample, there was none who informed the police or the probation that they have been trafficked because they didn't know. They didn't know till they came to the interview. These people, 25 adults, did not know they had been trafficked. Law enforcement. So the problem was the law enforcement was not aware. And the victim support systems are not in place because people didn't know that children were trafficked, right? There were indications. One of the indications was when the child was pregnant. And if the child had any person who had made sexual advances, the child wrote a letter to the teacher, a teacher that she could confide in, and the teacher took action. So female teachers, there were like 3 female teachers who were very smart and getting the children out of the predicament. Poor reintegration. Also, when the probation and law enforcement found the children came back to the system, and we can talk about it later. There was institutional violence also when children were taken into some of the institutions. There is no service protection mechanism in place. I was really taken up in the research when I came across female traffickers. So I thought I'll present it first. There was a spa owner in her 50s. She was very kind to her girl. There was a teenage female trafficker. She was in school at the time when she first trafficked her victims. There was a woman relative. She was very kind to the victim, but she trafficked her in her house in Colombo. There was a woman in her 30s, a professional in the private sector. She trafficked a young man. There was a 21-year-old employee working for a company coming under BOI. And she first sexually molested the girl, and she sold the child to her friends, and then later on to a trafficker who had a database. Can you believe this? Then also we came across a male research participant trafficked drugs with 2 women drug traffickers. I think it's in the media, everybody have recognized. But the thing is, what I want to say is there's a link between drug trafficking and child trafficking, child drug addiction. These are all connected. Male traffickers. 2 male participants narrated their traffickers as teachers at the school. And these are male teachers. So you see a contradiction. You have female participants being very vigilant of the child, and male participants vigilant to victimize the child. At the age of 16, a female research participant was trafficked by a television drama director through an advertisement he published in newspapers targeted for women. This was a classic story, how the man manipulated this 16-year-old girl to move from her city to the capital city. The boyfriend phenomena, several victims identified IERs who had trafficked them to foreigners. Among them was a foreigner who funded a care facility for children with disabilities. A boyfriend was highlighted in 3 narratives as traffickers, because boyfriend phenomenon is pretty common. Everybody says, okay, boyfriend can traffic. There was an unknown three-wheeler driver sold a victim to a small hotel owner. A victim also identified a stepfather receiving money from the spa owner who trafficked her to wealthy male clients. And also we came across 2 traffickers that research participants called uncle, but had no blood relationship to the family. And there was another uncle who didn't want to be called an uncle and who wanted to be called Ayya, was also a trafficker. So I'll just relate stories of poverty. There was this one person who said, we were not smart, always almost the last in class. We didn't get any attention, perhaps because we were unkept. Even the teacher didn't pay attention to teach us. We were ridiculed in class, so we didn't go to school with interest. We were irregular in attending school. There was another situation. After the people found that this child was molested, this was a boy child. After that incident, my life became hell. I couldn't live in the village. All started to tease me. Now see, the child has been molested and raped, and people started to tease him. So when you say child trafficking, I mean, there are so many other components that means that we have to educate the public. He said, I couldn't speak loudly. Even a male person were to walk by me, I got scared. Boys in the village started to tease me. What we found was in this analysis that children came into a complex system. How do we do the analysis? Looking at different systems and subsystems that were integral part of this phenomenon. Because you have push factors that propel the child to go in, and there were pull factors that kept the child there. But what was their story? I mean, did they come to one place, they were just trafficked? No, it didn't happen like that. It happened like the children came in vulnerable, as they were either gang raped, or they were raped, or they were sexually molested, or they were introduced to drugs. So that is the first circle that you can see. Can you see the circle? First circle, right. And remember, those circles are given in broken lines, and what the broken lines show in systems analysis is the influences, the external influences, as well as what goes from inside to outside. So that means you look into inputs from outside. What the inputs, like the push factors. And the pull factors, some of them are inputs and some of them are outputs. Push factors, mainly dysfunctional families, economic and health issues in the family, impediments to education, child encountered violence and witnessed violence in the home. So basically, their survival rights were affected. Nothing to eat, a safe place to be, a safe house. These are the push factors. The protection violation rights involve violation of protected rights due to parental negligence, ignorance, loss of a parent or a mother working long hours. We had mothers who were domestic workers working for long hours. We also had wealthy parents who didn't care. So they had the time, but they didn't look into their children. So some parents, mothers especially, worked overseas. And also the non-state actors were not vigilant enough when they saw the protection rights being violated. The other push factor was the child's voice was muted because the child couldn't speak, the child couldn't know, the child didn't know how to speak. That means there was a violation of the child's empowerment rights. So why were the children in this situation? Because the children, once they were taken, they were fed, they were clothed, they were taken to be groomed. That means they were taken shopping. And they were taken into salons if they were girls, because eventually the trafficker took the child into a spa, so they were groomed. And the children got used to a lifestyle which they liked. So they didn't want to leave that. There was another pull factor. He or she got used to the drugs, so she had to be in that situation to earn. In certain instances, the victim had to earn for the perpetrator also, for his drugs. Mainly, the children also brought in money, economic support to the family, so they couldn't leave. That was a huge pull factor. The other thing is the perpetrator himself became a protector. But that protection came on that person's terms. So what you see is the child entered into the system. There are 4 systems. In these complex systems, there are 4 subsystems. The child entered in the first system or the second system. There were certain children who came in directly to the second system because through deception. Like the child who saw this advertisement in a women's newspaper, magazine, and applied to do a coursework in television and drama. The third level was once the child was deceived in the second level, the third level was the child was trafficked locally. And locally, when you say, you can't imagine, it could be from the, I would call the lowest level, like the Natambi level. And නාටම්බිලා කියන්නේ එතකොට වැලිය දෙන මිනිස්සු කියන්නේ එතකොට මේ මේසන් බාස්වරු කියන්නේ එතන ඉඳන් මම කතා කරන්නේ මේ තරුණ ළමයි ගෑනු ළමයි පිරිමි ළමයි. The next level අතරෙම then you get the professionals in Sri Lanka. And the age was like 50s, 60s males who would frequent, who were the, who would be, who would come for service to these children and males. And the thing is, our research showed only the male participants. We didn't see any women going out. And then we see it goes into the international arena. Now, when you see international, that is the 4th subsystem, what we see is you get the foreign non-national Sri Lankans coming in. It doesn't mean that there are no nationals, but what we see is there are the sophisticated locals frequenting those subsystems. So I can go into describing the subsystems, or shall I? Okay. Maybe we can discuss the subsystems later, but I want to mention that when we reached subsystem 3, it was pretty extensive what was happening. And I would like to inform also out of that, we had 25 participants who entered the trafficking system, and they all arrived at subsystem 3. So that is the local tourism sector. So, I mean, these children were trafficked in the tourism industry, we can call it. Looking into the definition, yes. 15 found active in subsystem 3. 10 reached subsystem 4. So they had access to the foreign tourism sector, that is 5 females and 5 males. I would like to mention also the time duration of these children going up and down the subsystems. So you see that the child moved the subsystem, some went up to 3, some went up to 4. The youngest was 9 years old, and he was the longest to stay in the system, that is 8 years, until he was 18. Some entered the system at the age of 17, and also we had 3 who stayed in the system for several months. Oops. This is the research in a nutshell. So we will have a discussion later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pamela. I know she can't stop talking as she was the lead researcher and had engaged last 6 months in this research work, but she had a lot of experience in finding these findings and then analyzing it. She has a lot of information to share. So it's a limited time we have given her to speak about. So I think she has given you a lot of information in the book. You can refer the book for the participants here. And we have also made available for the online participants a link where you have access to all these documents. So you have the privilege to access the document as well. Next, now we have done the research. What's next? That's the questions to be asked from everyone. To go to that, let me welcome a gentleman who has been in this sector for decades and has been in the research field for, he has engaged with number of research on child protection sector. So now he is the director for policy, research and advocacy of Save the Children Sri Lanka. Mr. Ranjan Vedasinghe, it's the call for you to provide the recommendations of this research.
Thank you, Dr. Pamela, for the excellent presentation of the research. Yeah. Can I use this one? Okay. When I actually look at the recommendations, I did a really brief summary of the recommendations. I think I might actually disappoint some of the people in the audience who has been in child protection for a long time, because some of the recommendations are actually the recommendations that we have been talking for last, 20 years, 30 years, or maybe even longer. Because some of the recommendations, like Dr. Pamela said, children enter to the system from that tier 1 circle where the child abuse happens because of the multiple vulnerabilities, multidimensional poverty, the lack of access to services, lack of appropriate care. So some of the recommendations that I am going to present are going to be some of the recommendations that we talk about child protection in general, but there are also some very specific recommendations looking at the child trafficking. They can see that? Okay. I can't see. Okay. So the first part of the recommendation is actually focusing on the general vulnerabilities of children, especially looking at social protection and child protection services aspect of the current situation in Sri Lanka. Now, one of the major the root causes of children being vulnerable and children being subjected to different forms of violence, abuse and exploitation, coming from the fact that they are having significant challenges in their day-to-day life, the survival and economic challenges. So the research finding shows that that was one of the key driving forces for children to actually being pushed into trafficking or pushed into actually the behaviors that actually risk their protection. So especially in this context, actually we must actually insist, especially in this the current pandemic situation where the economic the burden is becoming more and more heavy for the most marginalized families, especially in the families living in tourism, dependent on the tourism industry, will have an increased vulnerability for children as a result of the economic impact. So how we can actually address these issues by ensuring identifying families who are already vulnerable and what are the protection and social protection services that we need to provide for families. So that's really important, especially in the current context. I can't see this. Okay. I hope they can see that, right? Okay, the second thing is that like Dr. Pamela said, this is not actually the first research we did on child trafficking. Even the previous research, when we actually interviewed a large number of commercial sex workers who used to be the victims of child trafficking, what we realized was, as a result of lack of appropriate care, whether children coming from a well-educated, well-to-do families or a poor family, as a result of a lack of parental care, children actually end up being subjected to violence and exploitation. So it's actually really important that we use that existing systems like case management and alternative care to make sure that children actually have access to appropriate care if the parents are not providing that. The third is that in Sri Lanka, we actually have come a long way establishing a lot of mechanisms to address protection issues, especially things like the probation department has introduced village child development committees, National Child Protection Authority has introduced school child protection committees. So there are different, the mechanisms are already there, but we all know that the functionality of some of these things are not the most effective. So we are not going to recommend, okay, in Sri Lanka all these committees should function as it's supposed to. What we are saying is the most identified high-risk areas, if we can have this community mechanism functioning and that community level coordination better, we will be able to identify children who are at risk before they are being subjected to violence. The fourth one is that, especially looking at this issue of migration of parents, especially sometimes we see in Sri Lanka, migration of mothers has an impact on, direct impact on children's protection, especially girl children. So that's something that what we are proposing is Ministry of Foreign Employment officers and Ministry of Women and Child Affairs officers to work together, because the Ministry of Foreign Employment officers visiting these families on a regular basis, and the Ministry of Women and Child Affairs ministry officers has the technical capacity and tools to address protection issues. So this coordination between these two ministry officials will actually address some of the issues with the children of migrant parents. The other thing is actually how we are going to keep our children in the education system is really important, because most of the children who kind of fell into the process of child abuse and trafficking, most of them actually have dropped out from the education system early. I mean, like Sri Lanka has almost 100% of entrance into the education system, but there is a significant dropout when they come to grade 8 and beyond. So it's really important that, especially those who are vulnerable, I think Dr. Pamela gave an example how some of the children were treated at the school and how they were, the whole stigmatization because they are coming from vulnerable families. And I have seen in my own experience how, especially if the child who is a victim of abuse come back to school, how they are being kind of treated in the community and the school system. So that actually pushed those children out of the mainstream system into these kind of exploitative areas. How much? Oh, sorry. Why is not changing? Okay, sorry about that. And I think the connecting to the previous one about the appropriate care, we have to actually increase the awareness among parents about positive parenting and appropriate care for children. And one of the other things that we understood is that people are actually not necessarily understanding the issue of trafficking. So people are also not identifying when the children are actually subjected to exploitation, and they are also not necessarily informed enough about the reporting and referral mechanisms. So I think we all can remember in 90s there were campaigns about domestic workers, child domestic workers, which drew a lot of attention to the issue, and that started huge campaign around reporting and referral. And today, if you look at the numbers are minimal when it comes to children working at in domestic settings. So we need that kind of information communication campaigns about the child trafficking if we really want public to be part of it. And the last two recommendations are looking at how we are going to engage children and empower them so they are aware about their protection, and also they are able to express their views about the challenges and vulnerabilities they are facing. So when we talk to children, they have a lot of ideas to share, but the problem is we are not letting them share their ideas and experiences what they experience on a day-to-day basis. It doesn't happen between service providers and children. It also doesn't happen sometimes between parents and children. So it's really important that we enable that space to children to speak. This is really important because one of the biggest challenges we are having in Sri Lanka, not just for victims of trafficking, but in general, that we have a strong law enforcement process where a child is being produced to the court and all that process, but what's the victim, what's the real need of the victim? For example, mental health and psychosocial support. Some of these children have gone through multiple incidents of abuse, and then the exploitation, and then the trafficking into sex trade, all of these. So their level of the level of psychological impact on their lives is significantly higher than any other child. So their need of mental health and psychosocial support is really critical for their recovering back to and reintegrating into the society. So it's really important that our service delivery system identify MHPSS, psychosocial support, as a stand-alone mandatory service. And the second thing is alternative care. We know that most of these children end up in institutional care, because sometimes when we actually go and investigate cases of children who are in the institution, we also realize that there are many children who have been actually trafficked but haven't identified in the law enforcement system or the care and protection system, and ended up in a detention center or an institution. So it's really important that we use more alternative care system that does not send children to institution but provide them family-based care. How much time I have? Okay. The last one on that is that how we are going to actually address the social norms and re-victimization. We know that children are being re-victimized in the system, in the community, in the school. So because of the kind of stigma that we have about children who have been subjected to violence and abuse. So it's the same with children who have been subjected to trafficking. There is a lot of social norms and stigma that actually sometimes push them from that tier 1 layer that Dr. Pamela spoke about to the tier 3 or 4. The next one is law enforcement. I think we have a lot of senior people from the law enforcement here. One of the things that we have identified is that the identification of victims of trafficking in our current system is quite poor, because that's why Dr. Pamela said none of the cases that we interviewed were identified as victims of trafficking. And I think I have worked with some of the victims of child abuse, and then we later realized that actually they are victims of trafficking as well, because they are being sold to a number of different people, and there had been commercial and sexual exploitation throughout that process. But they are always sent to an institution either as a need of care and protection or as an offender of some form of crime. And we really need to actually look at, please, you can actually see the details of these recommendations in the report, but I am just giving the brief. And the other thing is that we have a very standard crime investigation procedure, maybe as far as we understood from the research. So we need some specific special standard operating procedures to investigate cases of child trafficking. And I think we can all agree that we can actually improve our capacity in terms of investigation, not just the human resources, but also the tools and the technology that we use for the investigation. For example, now we know very well, because we also work on the issue of online violence, the kind of tools that we have in our disposal in the police department right now are not necessarily equipped to sometimes investigate serious organized crimes that globally happening. This is actually based on some of the conversation we had with the police cybercrime unit. Some of the tools and the equipments we have in Sri Lanka are not necessarily good enough to actually investigate globally organized crimes that pertain into sale of children online and exploitation, sexual exploitation. And the other thing what we have realized is that there are patterns that we can see in child trafficking, how the traffickers target children and how children are being drawn into the industries, and sometimes other crimes connected to this, for example child abuse and trafficking of drugs. So if we actually understand some of these patterns better, I think it might also give us some hints where we can identify victims of abuse as sometimes connected to the victims of trafficking as well. So my last recommendation slide is focusing on tourism industry, because we have seen most of the children are not only for the international tourism, actually most cases are related to the local tourism, especially seasonal tourism hotspots like religious areas and some of the other local places that local tourists are prefer. So we have seen that in our research they have been trafficked to time on those places, and also international tourism. So one thing is that we need to actually think about businesses taking more responsibility to protect children. We know sometimes businesses are business owners, or sometimes the people who are engaged in the industry sometimes facilitate these kind of criminal activities. So they not everyone, but like there are individuals who may have supported this from our findings, and so they need to be more responsible for. There is a global concept called human rights and business principles, how the private sector can be more responsible for their impact on people's life and including children. The second is that how we are going to regulate some of those tourism industry different aspects, for example homestays, where there is no regulations right now or very small level of regulation, but there can be a lot of risk for children. The third one is how we are we going to sensitize the stakeholders in the industry so they can be more responsible how they run their businesses. So this is basically the brief summary of the recommendations, but if you read the recommendation section of the publication, you will see why we are recommending these, and also the detailed recommendation with very specific suggestions for the government and other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ranjan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little change in our agenda. The Secretary to the Ministry of Women and Child Development, she's here, and she's here with a tight schedule of her work. And Madam, we are very grateful to you for being here at this moment. And may I call Madam Secretary to deliver her remarks.
Ivan. First of all, I would rather like to share my sincere thanks to organizers here, because your flexibility on your schedule, because it was very, very tight and heavy day for me. Even though I like to stay here and observe and overview and drag your important, valuable inputs on this particular important event, my busy schedule was stuck there. So thank you so much your flexibility to get my remarks damaging your schedule. Sorry for that. And friends, I would rather like to appreciate this particular initiative, because I'm not saying what they offer for me, my written notes. I'm sharing my gut feeling. Is it okay? Yes. So I love research, I have to say, because I have been SLEDA for almost 7 or 8 years. So I'm an academia, I think. So you mentioned that it's qualitative research. So what I did at SLEDA, when I touch this sort of rich document, I just drag something from the executive summary and I just peep into the recommendations. That's what I did over there. So it's very rich literature. And why I like to appreciate this particular piece of work, friends, there's a good balance in between the theory and practice. That's why you have invited the police officers like you. We met again and again when we think about these particular things, and my senior officers in the ministry. So they have so many practical, ground-based experiences which they deal with. And your research questions are so, I have to say, you are touching the holistic picture in very beautiful and unique way. This is the real situation that we are facing. But I have to say, friends, I'm a positive thinker. Yes, it's true, there are so difficult, so vulnerable, so different dimensions are there, but still there's a lot to do. So thank you so much on behalf of the Sri Lankan government and on behalf of the particular ministry. I have to share my sincere thanks to you. You select this particular interesting and effective area, and as you said very correctly, there's a significant impact on GDP and GDH and the basic daily routines in this country, and we have to protect the child, no doubt. So the things that we have to focus highly, it's significantly inculcate here in this particular document. So I have to offer on behalf of Sri Lankan government and on behalf of our ministry, I have to offer our sincere thanks, especially to the United States government for joining us with this initiative. And we have lengthy experiences with Save the Children as the ministry. We did a lot with you and UN Immigration, IMO, all the stakeholders here. What I have to share with you, the research is an opening. So when I did those things in SLEDA, when somebody did a good research, so I invite government officials to that particular forum and let them share the finding outs. Then only we can organize good policies to implement. So as government officers, it's our challenge how we implement the positives in real ground. And there are wonderful, nice things I want to share with you, the outcomes. If that particular officer is committed enough, if that particular officer is genuine, personally committed, there are lots of good stories also. Once we have visited Paratta with my friends over there. It's a wonderful place. How they developed that abused child mindset to cope up with the normal works back. So back to the life is very, very interesting part that you have to catch in future. So our sincere thanks and our friendship is there with you always. So I'm here to wish you good luck, and we are there to with you always. My senior officers are here with you, and thank you so much that you have shared that your wonderful experiences with our field officers. I remember within that Women's Week activities, so many things to do, and we are here. Always we are there with you again and again. So with my best wishes, let me say good luck, and I want to wish you courage. That's what I want to wish. So Ayubowan, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam, for giving a heartfelt and an impressive speech. Even though we thought that you will be going through the documents, the written documents, but you had really an impressive speech which made us thinking of another point of this research and these activities. Thank you very much, madam, for that, and to making your way over here and presenting here. It's even though technology is there, you would have joined from online, but you made your way here. We are very grateful for that as well. And the next event is the occasion. We were waiting for the second occasion, I have been saying from the beginning. So hand over the guidance note on identification, protection, and referral of child victims of trafficking, which was developed by the ministry, the Secretary Madam's ministry, with the support of International Organization for Migration and Save the Children and the other institutions related to this subject, and especially from the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force members and the institutions. So this went through a long, almost about 2 years work to come through this wonderful document. So I'm not going to keep Madam for long. So just Madam Piumanthi Piris, the Additional Secretary from the Ministry of Justice, was here from the morning. She was here, and now she has to rush to another program. Therefore, she has sent her representative. A representative here. May I call the representative of the Ministry of Justice? Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get the name. So, the Ministry of Justice Secretary is the chair of the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. So this document is now officially will be handed over to the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force by the Ministry of Women and Child Development. So may I have the books? Thank you, madam. And I must thank you, the representative from the Ministry of Justice. The additional secretary left a few minutes before, and she has immediately sent her representative, and the representative accepted that, and she has come all the way here and received the standard operation guidelines on behalf of the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. So thank you, madam. Thank you very much for being here. And the next, the most weighted program, that's you're gonna have the chance to ask. You must be having a lot of questions now. So there's an interesting event next. There's a panel discussion on the research. So the panel discussion will be moderated by one of the senior technical advisor of Save the Children. She has been in this sector for decades, and she is. Let me read out a background note of her. She is Miss Buddhini Vithanage. Buddhini is the Child Protection Senior Technical Advisor at Save the Children in Sri Lanka, and she is also part of the Save the Children Global Technical Working Group on Sexual and Gender-Based Violence. As a child protection practitioner, Ms. Buddhini's work has primarily focused on strengthening child protection and child rights governance, technically guiding direct interventions into violence against children, establishing community-based child protection mechanism, including for mental health and psychological support, capacity development of a wide range of child protection stakeholders, conceptualizing, designing, and technically leading major government and civil society partnership for child protection system, strengthening and reforms. Her areas of expertise within child protection includes sexual gender-based violence, online violence, child trafficking, physical and humiliating punishment, child labor and child protection in emergencies in practice as well as advocacy. She holds a master's in childhood studies from the University of Edinburgh from United Kingdom. So apart from that, I have been working with her for last 1 year. She has been one of the backbone of this project. So she has been engaging with this research throughout from the beginning. So let's welcome Buddhini Vitana to. Yeah, I think I missed one important presentation. So with that introduction, Buddhini will join little later. In between, there's a presenter who's joining from United Kingdom, and my apologies for she has been waiting from the beginning because we had to switch our agenda items. Therefore, she has to wait some time. Now, Hannah is the Miss Hannah is the senior technical advisor for Save the Children in UK. She has been working with this project from the inception, and she has supported all the initiative under this project, as well as she has been supporting Save the Children's global movements of child protection. Ms. Hannah, over to you.
A very good afternoon to you all. I'm being beamed into you from Oxford in the UK, and I have to say it's been an enormous honour and privilege to be involved in this Scout project. I was fortunate enough to be involved from its inception in 2019, providing support and working with my colleagues in Save the Children. But I've been very grateful to the partnership with the Ministry of Women and Child Development and to the partnership with the NCPA as well. It's been vital to this project, and would like to extend my gratitude also to IOM for the way they have led this project. So I've been asked to give a global perspective. Could I just say to whoever the technical organisers are, Zoom is telling me that I'm prevented from sharing my screen, and I do have a presentation. Is anyone able to help with that? Just give a minute while we try and get that up. So when I, oh, is it allowing me now? Yep. Great. Okay, the wonders of modern technology. So yes, I've been asked to just talk for a few minutes on the global perspective, and just when I was thinking through how to give a global perspective, I thought that I would look at some of the common threads that have come out of this research that are found commonly elsewhere. I thought I would look very briefly, I'm not going to talk for a long time, but just look very briefly at 3 trafficking projects that Save the Children has run in recent years elsewhere. So I'm going to look briefly at projects in Nepal, in Mozambique and Italy with you, and then look at some of the recommendations that really are common across the globe in terms of how we as a sector work to prevent child trafficking and respond to child trafficking. So if I go on, sorry, it's our technology. If I do that, do we move on? Yes, okay. So some of the themes that are common across the globe and that we saw in our research here in Sri Lanka are household poverty as a driver of trafficking. I know none of you will be surprised by that. Also negligent and poor parenting. Poor parenting often as a result of the household fragility, economic fragility, and the stresses that puts on parents. Also the dynamics you talked about of absent parents, whether because of migration or because of their own work demands. Child protection systems not identifying families who are vulnerable before the trafficking takes place. And I think we saw that in our research and has definitely been a common theme in others. We know which the vulnerable families are likely to be. They are the families who are suffering often abject poverty, whose parenting is not adequate. And if we can identify them before trafficking takes place, that will go a long way to helping us prevent it. But we do know that child protection systems, whether that's at a community level, at the government and state level, often are not identifying these families and are not putting in measures before the trafficking takes place. We've heard in many projects about the poor identification of trafficking, poor recognition across society, also across service providers of child victims of trafficking, and something we saw in this research. And then low prosecution rates. We have worked with governments, and I'm going to give an example of Mozambique particularly, that needed to work on very low prosecution rates of traffickers. Once children are identified, a common theme is, I don't think Dr. Pamela mentioned it, but a common theme is across the globe is that children end up placed in detention or detention-like conditions, ostensibly for their protection. I think the argument is that is for their protection, but you know, I think I'll go on to talk more about this, but that's obviously the last place we want children to be, in detention or in detention-like conditions. We see inadequate alternative care arrangements. That often goes along with why children end up in detention, because there aren't the adequate and right alternatives to house and look after and care for children while they're waiting for family reunification and reintegration. And then this is a big statement, but inadequate response leading to re-victimization and often to re-trafficking. This came out strongly in the research that Dr. Pamela's team led, that if children are not very carefully and with real care placed back into families who have been carefully assessed and who are carefully supported, then re-victimization and re-trafficking can occur, and that is definitely something we have seen in other situations across the globe. So I'm just going to, as I mentioned, briefly look at 3 projects. One is a project we had in Nepal post the earthquake, so we're going back a couple of years here. But this was following the earthquake. We saw incidences of missing children, unsafe migration, and violence were increasing in 14 of the most affected districts, and there was a clear rise in children being trafficked. Now, this is quite a busy slide, but I'm just going to briefly run over the, that's not worked. Let me try again. No. These aren't, they're not, yes, there we go, they are syncing. So amongst, just to briefly go over this, amongst some of the main activities that were put in place as a response, and I should say that one important consideration was that while we wanted to reduce child trafficking, we were also looking at problems that coexist, risks for children that coexist when families and when communities are fragile. And that's that not only do we see child trafficking increase, but we will see violence in the home and in the communities. We will see child marriage increase as well. And so that awareness that by working on one issue, which is child trafficking, we can also work to reduce other vulnerabilities for children, child marriage, domestic violence, and violence in other settings. So community safe spaces were established, and community level children's clubs that really helped to raise awareness of children on child trafficking, also on early marriage, on unsafe migration, and different techniques were used to help children recover psychosocially, but also to understand and have awareness of the risks that they are facing. Referral mechanisms at district and village development committee level were improved, and this issue of referral mechanisms between the different service providers that can help is so important, establishing strong referral mechanisms. We heard from Dr. Pamela about female teachers who played a big role, who took action If you don't have good referrals between education, between health, between social services, between the law enforcement, then one body might be recognizing a child who's at risk of child marriage, child trafficking, and may not know how to inform the other parts of that referral network that need to be informed and who need to take action. So in Nepal, we also saw children receiving educational support, income generation activities, referrals, as I've said, and psychosocial support. One I'd like to go on to, and I'll highlight again in a minute, but is the economic support provided to children. 5,000 Nepali rupees were provided to children in an effort to try to keep them in school and to normalize their daily lives. As we've seen in this project, stakeholders, the police, were trained and capacitated to prevent and intervene against child trafficking. And I've just got one outcome there, that as a result of these kind of issues, we did see that households were reporting an increased knowledge of child protection amongst children and adults. So that's a very quick look at our Nepal response. We had a project in Mozambique, which was on a different level. The problem here being that criminals were taking advantage of children who were living in poverty, and by promising prosperity in cities and in South Africa, they were then trafficking them into slave labor and also into the sex trade, and children were experiencing extreme violence. Now, the aim of this project was much more at a systems level. The project focused on advocacy and influencing change in systems, in policy and in law. And just to highlight some of the changes that came about here, this was a 10-year project. And in that time, in 2008, when this project started, there were no government-initiated investigations of child trafficking. So a very unrecognized crime that was unrecognized across the media, across public, and also across the law enforcement and other service sectors. So we went from a situation of no government-initiated investigations through to 7 years later, there was 95 investigations led in 1 year. So good change. And how this was done, it was done through recognition of trafficking as a problem. And we've already talked about this today, of trafficking not being understood and not being recognized. So they worked across media, civil society, the public, to have a common understanding of what trafficking and child trafficking was. There was an introduction of an Anti-Trafficking Act. There was the political will to prioritize trafficking in plans and budgets, a vital part of the equation of strengthening the system. And then, as I've already mentioned, referral networks across health, education, the judiciary were really strengthened. And these were referral mechanisms, again, not just looking at child trafficking as an isolated issue, but looking at forced marriage, looking at abuse, and looking at child labor. We know that when there's vulnerability in households, poverty and vulnerability, that all of these risks for children are likely to exist. So referral systems that really meet the needs of children across all these risks. So looking just at some common responses and some recommendations for sustainable change. One thing that came very strongly out of particularly of the Mozambique project, that was policy development and systemic change does take time. This was a 10-year project, and they recognise the value of sustained funding. Equally, for civil society organisations such as ourselves at Save the Children, for our partners such as IOM, if advocacy is your methodology, if you know you need to work to advocate for change, this also takes time. So we need a funding environment that is going to allow that sustained effort. So vital there. Then looking at the investment in the child protection system, I liked what Ranjan said, that in many ways, we've been talking about these changes for 10, 20 years. And I do echo what Ranjan said, in that what will improve our combating of child trafficking are many of the same investments in the child protection system that we need to make across the board. It's many of those same initiatives and efforts that will reduce and respond appropriately to child trafficking that also strengthen the system for children, vulnerable children in general. So we have got in this project, and we see across our global support initiatives to enhance the capacity of the police to investigate child trafficking cases and provide that short-term assistance to victims. We've already mentioned child protection committees, and I know you have them. Ranjan mentioned them in Sri Lanka. We see these as a robust response across the globe. That child protection committees, whatever they may be called, they might not have that name, but those committees of concerned individuals who get together at the community level. The community level is where identification of vulnerable children is going to take place, identifying them prior to trafficking, and also identifying children who actually are in the hands of traffickers. It's your community level that's often going to be able to identify them. So strengthening that community level system. And then I've already spoken about the need for a very robust integrated response and referrals through the different sectors involved. There must be strong knowledge of how a worker in a worker in a hospital, in a doctor's clinic knows how to refer to social services. A social worker knows how to work with teachers in a school, that law enforcement know, and all working together with robust systems. And then supporting families. We are increasingly at Save the Children and other partners like UNICEF across the sector talking about the value and the evidence-based value of cash programming, cash transfers. We need to get economic support to reduce the economic vulnerability of the highly poor families. And so we look particularly at what we're calling Cash Plus in Save the Children, which is cash transfers, but with an additional element. And in this additional element against child trafficking, I would suggest that that plus element needs to be about positive parenting. So that when we talk about Cash Plus, the projects sometimes differ. It's cash plus educational support, or cash plus nutritional support. Here I would suggest that cash plus positive parenting programs, we would really be seeing a difference to reduce the vulnerability of families. And just lastly, before I come to a quick look at Italy, I just want to focus on the child and just stress that all of our responses must have the child's best interests at heart. These are children who have been through the most traumatic of experiences. The last place we want to see a child is in detention, or in detention-like conditions, when they need support, care and love to recover from what they've been through. So we want to really see investment in appropriate alternative family-like care. So children being in small group homes after they've been rescued, and while they're going through the judicial processes, that they're placed in family-like care that can really nurture their recovery. That family tracing and reunification is initiated immediately and really undergone with their best interests at heart. The family may not be, sadly, the best place for the child to return, but for most children it is going to be the best place. And we need to initiate those efforts as soon as possible. On the return and reintegration, we have seen, I think we saw in this study, that follow-up was not always adequate. That when children were returned, the follow-up that was provided did not provide the support that enabled them to reintegrate into their family and community successfully, and that sadly some children went back into trafficking. So we need to focus on having that durable and that holistic solution that looks at the child's needs, from their needs for family through to their needs for education, good health, good nutrition, and all those things we know about, good mental health that we know about as practitioners. And just to end on one thing, I did pick up that I think Pamela mentioned that often children, Ranjan as well, children don't understand trafficking. And I just very quickly like to flag a project that we have in Italy that has got a lot of information out to children to understand their situation. Children often don't know they're trafficked. This is what Ranjan mentioned. That so just to end, that I'm just highlighting, I'm not expecting you to be able to read these, but our project in Italy that works on children who've been trafficked into Europe has done a lot of work to get information into children's hands, pamphlets and leaflets, telling children about the signs of trafficking for themselves, to be aware of people luring them and grooming them into trafficking. And they've had a lot of success with cultural mediators going out into the communities where children who are trafficked or who are likely to have been trafficked or may fall into the hands of traffickers for their onward journey, telling them what to look out for. So I think really arming children with the weapons they can have to better understand, to have information and to know who can help them if they are at risk of coming into the hands of traffickers, is a vital piece in this jigsaw of responding to children. So that's all I wanted to share for today. And just to say again, a huge thank you to my colleagues at Save the Children. I've been very impressed with their hard work on this project. Thank you to IOM as well, and for their efforts with us. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege for me to be involved in this project over the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. I think you would have noticed my super excitement on the panel discussion, which I went through and introduced the panel moderator. So now the time has come to introduce, I have already introduced, to call Ms. Buddini to take it over the panel discussion.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. So we're here for the first panel discussion of the day, which is to really look at, to reflect a little bit more on the research that was launched this afternoon, but also to look at widely at the issue of child sex trafficking in the tourism industry in Sri Lanka. So for this panel discussion, I would like to welcome, please take your seats, Dr. Pamela Paris. I think we all saw the excellent presentation she made of the research conducted by her and her team. I would also like to welcome Mr. Insaf Nizam, who's joining us online from Delhi. And also, I cordially invite Dr. Hemamal Jayawardena, who is the Child Protection Specialist at UNICEF in Sri Lanka. I think I've lost this. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, okay. And I also would like to invite Mr. Ranjan Vettesinghe, Director, Policy Advocacy and Research at Save the Children. Before I begin, I would like to give a brief, I would like to introduce the panelists. I think we already heard a lot about Dr. Pamela Paris and Mr. Ranjan Vettesinghe. Dr. Hemamal Jayawardena, he's a specialist in forensic medicine and an attorney at law. Additionally, he has a master's in applied psychology as well as master's in law from the Harvard University. He's currently, as I said, the child protection specialist at UNICEF with decades of experience in forensic medicine and child protection, having served in both government and UN organizations. Welcome, Doctor. Mr. Insaf Nizam. Insaf has worked, he's the ILO's regional specialist for South Asia, covering the portfolio of child labor and forced labor. Insaf has over 2 decades of diverse experience in the fields of education, child protection, child labor, and rights at work. He has served in development and humanitarian settings in several countries, such as Sri Lanka, Sudan, Syria, and Jordan, and in international organizations, including UNICEF. Prior to his current position, he served as Senior Technical Officer for Crisis and Fragile Situations at ILO's headquarters in Geneva. Welcome, Insaf. So I propose that we, depending on the availability of time, we will go through 2 rounds of questions. And the panelists will have approximately 5 minutes, so just under that, to answer the questions. And after the first round of questions, I would be interested to know from our organizers if there are any questions from the audience. So those who are connected online, those who are here today, if you do have any questions for any of the panelists, please let us know, put it in the chat box, or for those who are here today, please let one of the organizers know. Right, so let's get this started. My first question is to Dr. Pamela. So in the presentation, Doctor, you spoke of special measures that you took to access victims of trafficking, and special measures you took in interviewing victims. What were some of the practical challenges that you faced as a researcher speaking to people who were once victims about their childhood, who may or may not have received care and support to overcome their adversity? And how did you overcome these challenges?
Can you hear me? This is a really good question. What we did was, remember the phenomenon itself is about a clandestine population. So the direct interviewer was someone who knew this person who had been a commercial sex worker. So we came across communities or people who were active in commercial sex work and also otherwise. When there was a selection criteria, the interviewers were trained how to select the interviewee. So there were like points given to them. Was there deception? What was the deception? How old was the person when the deception took place? What was the transaction between the trafficker and the victim? So based on that criteria, that the interviewee was selected. Some of the interviewers had been in touch with these interviewees for several years, but they didn't know their backstory. So when they started speaking to them, that this interviewer got to know that this person had been trafficked, and the interviewee had not spoken about that lived experiences before. So that was a traumatic experience for the person. There was another situation when we selected these interviewees. We looked into how long they had been had gone through this traumatic experience. So we had people who had been trafficked and now they are in their 40s. But then our concern was they may not recall all the experiences that they went through. So we brought down the age limit to anyone between 18 and 35. So there was an emotional experience for the interviewee as well, and also to the interviewer. The good thing was we did training and informed the interviewers that you will be going through this, and the interviewee is expected to go through certain emotional experiences. So, so there was that kind of preparation. What was the last question you asked about the?
So it was about how you and what you did to overcome those challenges. Yeah, so I think you're starting to answer that, I think, Doctor.
Yes. So the challenge was to actually get that lived experience to capture that story. So I think that was a challenge, but the challenge became more when it was an online experience, because you couldn't see the face of the interviewee, and some persons who had been victims of trafficking could not participate because they didn't feel comfortable speaking over the phone. And the other thing is, they didn't have access to a phone because they were still trafficked. So that was these were the challenges with COVID, that we couldn't access the people. Besides the COVID, the challenge was that the victim did not have a means of communication with the outside world, like the phone. But on the other hand, there were certain people who used certain phone apps, but some didn't know how to use it. So the trafficker manipulated them. So we got all this information because there was that relationship between the interviewer with the former child victim. There was another situation when some research participants were introduced. You know, this is a snowball interview. That means you go through known people. Someone will say, did you speak to so-and-so's phone number is that? So you talk to different people and you go through a network. So in the network, sometimes you have to introduce yourself, but they knew, the interviewee was given the assurance that the interviewer was coming from a certain network. So that gave some kind of a confidence to the interviewee. So these were challenges. So we had to respond to them as things came up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pamela. Yeah, I think there's a lot more that we need to think about when we are, I mean, just because the participant is over the age of 18 doesn't mean that some of those considerations when we're doing research don't apply. So thank you very much for that. My next question is to Mr. Insaf Nizam. Insaf, we see that statistically child labor is very low in Sri Lanka, but on close inspection of the data, questions can be raised on the extent to which child labor that is closely linked with other forms of child abuse, such as trafficking and exploitation, are identified in the statistical figures, mainly due to the hidden nature of trafficking. What are your thoughts on the links between child labor and child trafficking?
Thank you very much, Buddhini. I think it's an interesting question, but before answering, I want to congratulate Save the Children for releasing this report and conducting this study. Yeah, when it comes to child labor statistics, first of all, I want to sort of put the perception right that and if we are talking about the National Child Activity Survey, or usual national child labor surveys, they are meant to capture occupational child labor. They're not meant to capture these types of worst forms of child labor, except for one, which is hazardous labor. So, of course, Sri Lanka shows less than 1% of child labor when you look at the national statistics. But this doesn't mean the absence of other worst forms of child labor. Now, when you take the ILO convention, Convention 182 is the one that talks about worst forms of child labor. Now, Convention 182 identifies 4 categories of worst forms of child labor. First one is slavery and similar practices. Second one is on sexual exploitation. It's about pornography, using children for prostitution. All in all, it's about sexual exploitation of children. Third one is about illicit activities and using children for illicit activities. Illicit goes beyond illegal, because illegal talks about law, but illicit also talks about the social norms. And the fourth one is hazardous work, which is a work that is physically or mentally or morally harmful to the child's well-being. Now, when you talk about trafficking for sexual exploitation or sexual exploitation in general, that coincides or overlaps with all these forms, at least 3 forms, I would say, because the child would be in a trapped situation akin to a situation of slavery. Sexual exploitation, of course, is happening. And then when you consider the legal framework, it is an illegal activity or illicit activity, and it is definitely hazardous to the physical, mental, and moral well-being of the child. Now, so this is where these 4 points coincide. So when you take the SDG 8.7 that talks about eliminating child labor, along with trafficking, forced labor, and modern slavery. Now, the point is, even if you are very close to eliminating child labor as a whole, a country cannot claim that they have eliminated child labor unless they eliminate these types of child labor as well. So it's not just about getting the statistics right, but it's about getting every child out of child labor. So, we don't have mass surveys to establish the prevalence of child sexual exploitation. A lot of studies that we have, and including the study that we are talking about, they are qualitative studies and not meant for statistical purposes to count numbers as to so many children are in this situation. But through qualitative means and through administrative means, we need to establish ways to measure the occurrence of sexual exploitation and trafficking, and make sure that this form is also eliminated. So it is a combination of work between, as several other speakers have highlighted, it's a combination of efforts between the child labor approach, a child protection approach, and a law enforcement approach that looks at it from a trafficking perspective. Hope I have answered the question. Happy to elaborate.
Thank you, Insaf. I think you did. And it's quite interesting. I mean, I've just been having a conversation with ILO colleagues here in Colombo, who've informed me that exactly what you were saying about the hazardous forms of child labor. And in Sri Lanka, although we've been going through some law reforms to actually recognize some more worst forms of child labor and hazardous forms of labor, still sexual exploitation, even in the reforms, have not been included. So that is a huge gap, and this is a kind of reality that we're faced with. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Insaf. Right, so next I would like to ask Dr. Hemamal Jayawardena. The issue of child sex trafficking has been a problem for the past few decades in Sri Lanka. But changing contexts have also contributed to changes in how this problem manifests. How do you see the impact of technology as well as the impact of a pandemic on child sex tourism?
Right, thank you. Actually, I mean, before going to answering the question, let me just look at the statement you made. Like, child sex tourism has been an issue in Sri Lanka for a few decades kind of thing. I think that we had to first see in real perspective. Now, although we are having this research, it doesn't mean that it's the number one kind of problem related to child protection in Sri Lanka. And therefore, let me stress the need for prevalence studies. Now we'll say around 2 million tourists arrive in Sri Lanka, at least before COVID in 2019-18. I was looking at statistics. If 1% of those foreigners had sex with a child, that means it would have been 2,000 tourists having sex with a child. So if we had such a prevalence, then would this be so hidden, in the sense, would if it was even 1% prevalence, wouldn't the police hear more of these cases? Right now, if you look at the police statistics, it's you'll have once in a while kind of thing. So therefore, the prevalence, I think, it appears very low. Then also in this particular research itself, the information saturation after 25 cycles of snowballing, which generally if the prevalence is high, the snowballing goes on and on for a longer cycle. So therefore, first let me tell that we shouldn't jump into a conclusion that it's a huge prevalent problem. I mean, in the sense, we don't know, right? So that is the first thing. So I'm stressing the need for actually a number. Now, for example, in 2014, UNICEF had to issue a press release stating that the report of 40,000 child sex workers in Sri Lanka is not UNICEF's, because it was reported as a UNICEF. So UNICEF ILO issued a joint statement. So that, putting that first, I think the question, it is a problem in the sense because it's such a huge thing. Like a murder of a child is a huge thing. In Sri Lanka, 2-3 murders of children take place, but it's so huge that it is an issue even without a prevalence of 0.111%. So similarly, child trafficking is an issue. Even one child trafficked is not something that we can accept. Now, with the global situation related to travel, I think the child trafficking, especially for sexual purposes through the hotel industry and things like that, will probably be less, because of the arrival of the tourism sector, that will be low. But also we have to know that it's not only the people who come as foreigners who are actually abusing children. In fact, people like Professor Harendra Risenda will say, it's vastly prevalent among the local, the exploitation of children for sexual purposes is very much in among the locals. So so the changing situation about that, what I can tell is the pedophile kind of situation that may be less because of the travel restrictions, etc. Then at the same time, other threats will come. For example, my colleague who's joining is linked through electronically. So similarly, for abuse of children also, that can happen, and we don't know the situation. It can increase because we'll say somebody may decide to make some money by trafficking children into a certain place and doing pornographic work or online kind of stimulation kind of things, because by even the technology like the Zoom that we are using, it's not reported, but it's quite possible, and I would say probable, because the sex related industries currently can't drop because of the travel restrictions. It has to take another pathway. So what I can tell is that there is a lot of inquiry that is needed, research that is needed on how the COVID situation, travel restrictions, etc. are affecting this problem.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hemamal, for those insights. Now I'd like to ask Ranjan. So child sex trafficking is often a hidden phenomenon as reflected in this research. So in this context, what should be the role of civil society organizations in addressing child sex trafficking in the country?
Okay, this is working? No, probably not. I think I wouldn't say that the civil society role in child protection and child trafficking is very different, because the research again shows that some of the pathways children end up being subjected to violence and abuse, and then from there being trafficked and sexually exploited. Sometimes we see the similar patterns and pathways from Dr. Pamela's So I think now what civil society is primarily playing a critical role in protecting children in terms of one is that we are as civil societies, even Save the Children is a civil society. So we work with the government closely to actually bring more efforts and strength to the child protection system in the country, so the system can respond to the protection issues more effectively. That's one part of it. I think organizations like Save the Children, even UN organizations like UNICEF are actually playing that role at the national level and the provincial level. But I also see that the more local society, the civil societies who are actually directly working with the communities and children and their families has even more important role to address the immediate the vulnerabilities and abuses that children are facing at the community level, not just to actually work directly with those children who are subjected to abuse and violence or exploitation, but also how they are going to actually work with the local systems to ensure that the further harm to those children are prevented, and also that the reporting and referral is being done in a way that the government systems can respond. And the role of civil society of doing some kind of monitoring, especially in a system where monitoring and follow-up is quite weak. I think we have to admit, even though I have so many government colleagues here, we have to admit that the government mechanism of follow-up is really weak, and that's also that we have seen. I mean, like, that's also a very practical thing, because a probation officer could have 30 to 40 cases of children whom they have to actually technically follow up, but they don't have the time or the capacity to do it. So I think the civil society also can play a role in their own localities of doing that kind of work. So I think civil society can play a role of between the family or the child and the government response mechanism, play in that coordination, facilitation and monitoring.
Thank you, Ranjan. Yeah, I think that kind of collaboration is definitely required to a larger extent. Right, so I'm just wondering, how are we doing for time? Okay, I'm told that we are running out of time. Okay, so perhaps if you do have any questions, you can put them in the chat box, and we will try as much as we can to respond to them. If we can't respond to them at this point of time, we will try our best to provide written responses. Okay, so that concludes this panel discussion. So I thank once again for the panelists who joined me today, Dr. Hemal Jayawardena, Dr. Pamela Peiris, Ranjan Wethisinghan, and Insaf Nizam. Thank you very much for your participation and for your involvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time to learn about the standard operating procedure, the guidance note we handed over today to the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. This guidance notes was developed by the Ministry of Women and Child Development with the support of the consultant, Ms. Anuradhi. Let me introduce her. Anuradhi Navaratnam has been working in counter human trafficking activities more than 15 years. She also has extensive experience in the development and conducting of training programs for key stakeholders in addressing human trafficking. In 2010, she was instrumental in supporting the Ministry of Justice in establishing a National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force, and thereafter supporting its key functions. One of the priorities of the task force was to establish a child development and women to develop a women shelter. So she was part of it, and then she's attorney at law, and she has been working with the Strengthening Counter Trafficking Efforts project from the beginning and supporting us. So may I welcome Anuradhi Navaratnam to introduce the panelists, to provide the summary of the standard operating procedure guidelines, and to take it forward from that point to the panel discussion.
And I think good afternoon to those who are joining us from all over the world, as well as good evening. Right. Firstly, thank you very much to Save the Children for inviting me to not only develop the standard operating procedures guidelines on child trafficking, but also being a key resource person in their training workshops, training government officials on the SOP itself. But also they have happily handed over the presentation of the SOP also at today's event to me. So thank you for that. Let me, without taking too much time, let me get into the SOP itself. It's a difficult task because they have given me only 15 minutes to present to you the standard operating procedures guidelines. I will try my best to highlight the key salient features of it, as well as some of the sort of procedural importance of the SOP. If I could please ask somebody from the technical team to pardon my lack of knowledge on. No, that's not the one. You have to go. The SOPs. This one. Is that the one? Yeah, can you just go to the next slide if you can see whether that's the one that we're talking about? Yes, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, sure. Okay, I hope everybody can see the presentation on the screen. As much as I would like you all to see my beautiful face, I think it's more important to see the SOP presentation. Yes, it's up on the screen, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I hope you all are seeing the slide on the introduction of the SOP. Just to give you all a background of how these guidelines on the SOPs on child trafficking was developed. The original standard operating procedures that were developed on the identification, protection, and referral of victims of trafficking actually came into force with the approval of the Cabinet of Ministers in October 2014. This process was led actually by the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force, and it was supported by the International Organization for Migration. The objective of that SOP was actually in terms of increasing the identification of victims and ensuring subsequent to identification that victims are protected and referred for appropriate services. The SOPs set in place specific steps and procedures to guide all stakeholders in the identification and provision of assistance and protection to victims, and also how to refer for specific services. And also create a coordination mechanism within not only the government stakeholders, but also the non-governmental stakeholders. The need to adopt special procedures to be followed when dealing with victims of child trafficking was actually mentioned when we were developing the original standard operating procedures, but we did not have the space to actually go specifically into it. And hence the need arose subsequently to ensure that there is a guideline or a guidance note being developed to look at specifically in terms of child trafficking, and once a child victim is identified, what are the procedures to be followed. Hence, the following guidance note addresses this gap in the SOPs to ensure that the principles and guidelines on child trafficking is adhered to and the specific steps are taken with regard to victims. It also assists the first responders at the local government and community level in the effective identification and how best to provide assistance and protection to victims. These respondents include the police officers, divisional and district level child rights promotional officers, National Child Protection Authority officers, and the women development officers and other relevant DOs. Okay, so in terms of the objective and structure of the SOP, there were extensive discussion, especially with regard to having discussions with the key members of the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force as to what are the clear objectives of this guidance note on the SOP should be, and what are the procedures we're going to put in place within these SOPs. So I must also mention at this point, there were several key officers that supported us in this process, and they provided very valuable input, specifically in terms of, I must mention the Deputy Solicitor General, Mrs. Lakmali Karunanayaka from the Attorney General's Department. She was instrumental in supporting us to ensure that this guidance note is in line with the legal framework in Sri Lanka with regard to trafficking in persons. We also had the National Child Protection Authority. I think my colleague Pritika is here at the moment. Her input and her support in the development of the SOP was also very instrumental. And also I have officers from the probation department who supported us in the development of these SOPs. So in terms of going into the objectives, there are 5 clear objectives. One is to ensure an effective procedural mechanism for child trafficking cases parallel to the existing SOPs. We also wanted to ensure that there is timely and appropriate identification of child victims. To ensure the protection of child victims, including the provision of assistance and referrals from the time of identification right up to the reintegration. So it's not only just identifying a victim and referring for investigations and prosecutions, but also ensuring that they receive the necessary protection and other services that they require. Also for expeditious and effective law enforcement, including the conviction of offenders involved in child trafficking cases, recognizing that often it is the victim herself or himself who has the key evidence or key information with regard to that particular crime of child trafficking, and ensuring that we actually apprehend the relevant offenders. We wanted to ensure that one of the objectives of the SOP guidelines is to create a coordination and institutionalize these specific steps in the provision of assistance and protection to child victims of human trafficking. Okay, so in terms of the structure of the SOP itself, there are actually 5 phases. If I may run through quickly with you the 5 different phases of this SOP guidelines. The first is the information reporting and the complaint recording mechanism, and how that is done. That takes place at the initial stages in the first phase. And the second step is the immediate response to urgent needs of the victim. The third phase is the investigation. I will be discussing these phases following this. Also the prosecution of the crime, and the last phase is of the return and the repatriation, and also the reintegration of the victim. Okay, as you, most of you are aware, when it comes to the initial stage of reporting of a crime, it will start with the first information, and thereafter the complaint is recorded. So even in this guidelines of the SOPs, we have ensured in the first phase, the first information is shared, is recorded, is received, right? And any information received with regard to a possible crime taking place or have taken place is what we identify as a first information. A first information can be provided by anyone who has been a witness or who could be a aggrieved party. Right? And thereafter the complaint is often formally made by the potential victim themselves, or in the case of a minor, it is often the parent or the guardian. Right? In terms of looking at some ways in which we receive first information, there are various mechanisms and various ways in which we receive first informations. This could be the potential victim themselves, or the identified victim themselves.
There could be through a rescue operation by the police or information received by the police. It could be also through the various helplines that are available for victims to call in, or those who have been aggrieved or somebody on their behalf could call in. NCPA runs a helpline, the police, the Foreign Employment Bureau, as well as some NGOs also run helplines. I must also mention that the ministry, the State Ministry of Women and Child Development also has their own helpline which we can call into. Right? So written information and complaints can be received. It could be through civil society organizations, it could be community-based organizations, it could be individual child rights activists as well. We also there is a possibility that you will receive the first information through media. It could be through social media, it could be through journalists and the public media as well. And we could also receive information through embassies and consulates, right, and the general public as well. So if you look at, so we just discussed the first phase, and we look at the second phase is once the victim is identified or the potential victim is identified, we look at what the immediate needs of the victim is. I must explain at this point, there is often a confusion that phase 1 has to be completed in order for second phase to take place. That is, once a complaint is recorded only, the sort of the immediate response to urgent needs takes place to the victim. It doesn't need to be so. It could often run parallel. So once you receive the first information, there could be immediate support that is required for the victim, right? So these required needs or the required services that a victim may need could be wide and varied. It could be food and clothing, basics such as food and clothing. It could be immediate medical attention. It could be shelter, right, and security because there might be a threat to the victim. So we may have to ensure that the victim is placed in a secure and safe location. Psychological support and counseling, right? And safety concerns, especially in relation to self and family members, because there could also be, although we place the victim in a safe location, there may be continued threat to the family members. Legal aid, which is also very much required for a victim in terms of how they move forward with the reported crime. The need for support and guidance throughout the judicial process. And also interpretation and translation services. So these are some of the needs that we would have to support in terms of victims who are identified. Also to note, the first response to the victim, I think there's a small mistake in terms of the phase 3. It's not phase 3 actually, this is a continuation of phase 2. So when we respond to immediate needs, the first response to the victim of a crime of trafficking is a psychosocial response, and that helps the victim cope with the traumatic experience that they have gone through. It also treats the victim as a survivor, as a person, and as with dignity. And also it has to ensure, whatever our response, has to ensure that the victim is safe and not harmed any further. It also informs them about what is going to happen next. You kind of take the victim through the next steps with regard to the identification of the crime that has taken place against themselves. It also provides for their immediate needs, as I explained, the food, shelter, clothing, and any other medical complaints. Also, a note to remember is that it is a duty of all those who come in contact with victims of trafficking during the time of the first information and rescue to coordinate and integrate all their activities so that none of their needs and concerns remain unaddressed. Right? As I said, first phase and second phase often run parallel, and there has to be a coordination between the different stakeholders that are involved in those two stages. A well-coordinated first response ensures that the best interests of the victim are respected. Okay, so we come to phase 3 then, which is the investigation phase. So we'll look at the pre-trial stage, which is the investigation component. So the investigation seeks to determine the available evidence of the offense of human trafficking under the 3 elements of the act, the means, and the purpose, which, as you know, are the 3 key elements of a trafficking crime. The evidence gathering and investigation is conducted by the key investigating officer often it is a police officer, with the assistance of the scene of crime officer and other law enforcement officers, as well as the judicial medical officer. And they should build the case through a victim-centered approach. Victims, we find that when we identify a victim, and often I'm sure you have come across this as well, victims are very fearful and anxious about visiting police stations, recording their complaints, and also the judicial proceedings. Because some of the questions that they often ask is, do we have to face the perpetrator in court, or the person who did this to me, do I need to face them in court? These are some of the fears and anxieties that victims face. So hence, officers that identify potential victims of trafficking could provide vital support to the victim and in the investigations. One of the things that we reiterated or we stressed with the key government officers that we trained on this guideline is that once you identify a victim of trafficking, it's not your role or responsibility only to just refer the victim to the relevant authorities and that your responsibility is over from there. It is not so. We often encourage the local government officers who identify the victim to support the investigation process as well as providing the assistance as well, because often we find that the victim has already developed a sort of a trust relationship with the government officer that has identified himself or herself, the victim. So this is something that we stress even during our trainings as well. And thereafter, once the investigations are completed, the facts are reported to court. In terms of the trial itself, which is phase 4, the criminal proceedings, once all evidence is gathered and investigation is completed, the case is then referred to the Attorney General's Department for instructions and indictment. And during this process, it is important to note that we've also mentioned in the guidance note to the key investigating officers that they should keep the state prosecutor informed and brief him or her not only on the facts of the case but also any special features or special facts that we must keep in mind, especially with regard to the victim, because the victim could be going through a stressful period because they may be going through trauma, because they may be facing continued threat. So these are things that they need to raise with the state prosecutor as well while the prosecution process is going on. Also, inform the victim of the processes of testifying in court with the assistance of the counselors, the relevant counselors, the shelter staff, and their personal lawyers that they have been able to acquire. Also, inform the witnesses, getting witnesses on time, briefing them, and debriefing them. Apart from that, we look at the post-trial stage, which is the additional security and protection measures. The process of reunification and reintegration with families must also begin at this stage. How are we going to best reintegrate the victim back to their family? The protection and other welfare services also to be provided with the coordination of relevant authorities and stakeholders. This is actually this return and repatriation. There's a small mistake there. This is phase 5, the return and repatriation. That is in terms of the victim that has now been identified and their case has been is in the process of being prosecuted and brought before a court of law. The process of returning the victim. So if it's a foreign victim living within Sri Lanka, how do we repatriate them back to their country of origin? Or country of residence. In the case of the return of a foreign child victim in Sri Lanka, following the identification process, the police has to inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they in turn will inform the relevant embassy or the consulate representative. The repatriation also will need to be done with the support of the Department of Immigration and Immigration. I must also mention here, it is not noted here, that if a Sri Lankan victim is identified overseas, it will be the same process where the embassy will inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will inform the relevant authorities here in Sri Lanka. Direct assistance to child victims, that is in terms of reintegration. The transitional assistance, as I described before, the victims are provided with basic needs, which is food, shelter, medical care, legal counsel, and education and security. And then we have to also look at the long-term assistance that or the long-term reintegration of the victim, which falls within the case management and care planning, which should be the ideal basis of reintegration of the victim. Okay, I think I spoke quite fast and quickly. Are there any quick clarifications, or I believe you will be receiving a copy of the guidance note on the SOPs after this event. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ziad. Are there any questions or clarifications with regard to the presentation or with regard to the SOPs before we go into the panel discussion? Yes. Yes. Yeah, so that's, yeah, exactly. So you're right. You're absolutely right, because that is what we have included in the original SOPs as well, because we requested that the court provides a protective order to ensure that the victim is placed under court order in the particular safe center or safe shelter. Right? So I believe it is the same procedure with regard to a child victim as well. No, yeah. And also, I think because this was extensively discussed when we were developing the SOPs, it ensures the protection of the victim as well. Because without the court order, if you actually refer the victim to a shelter, the question arose as to who is going to take the responsibility of the victim. This was the question that was raised when we were developing the SOPs. So you're absolutely right. You need to have that court order in order to place it is described in the SOP. If you have the copy, you will be able to see. It's described. So once you receive that court order, the police, through the relevant authority, it could be the National Child Protection Authority or the relevant, I think it's often the probation department, you place the victim in the protective center. Any other questions? Yes, okay. Ziad has kindly informed me that I need to wrap up, and I think we can go into the panel discussion. I think we will be discussing more on these relevant issues. So permit me to go into the panel discussion. Can I move on to the, yeah. Is Minoli Don, who is the head of the Migration Protection and Assistance and Counter-Trafficking Unit at the International Organization for Migration, one of my former colleagues. Please take her seat. I also have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Shamali Nyanasena, who is a Senior Program Manager, Child Protection at Save the Children. I believe Mrs. Piumanthi Piris, the Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, was scheduled to join us in the panel discussion, but unfortunately, due to, I think, restrictive schedule and her tight schedule, she is unable to join us. Okay. So just to brief you on what the objective of this panel discussion is, we will be looking at the need of identification, protection, and referral of child victims of trafficking, following from the presentation on the SOPs, and while emphasizing why it's important to engage with the public at large to raise awareness about child trafficking crimes taking place in Sri Lanka, and how the different sectors or the different stakeholders play a role in terms of preventing and combating child trafficking in Sri Lanka. Okay, so let me first introduce the distinguished members of the panel. Let me first introduce to my right, Ms. Preetika Sakarasuriya. She's no stranger to, I think, most of you. She's an attorney at law and also the Assistant Director Legal at the National Child Protection Authority. We have worked very closely over the years. I have the pleasure of having you in this panel discussion. She has worked with NCPA close to 21 years and has been a key officer involved in mainly providing legal advice in terms of child trafficking and also other forms of exploitation of children, and ensuring that the investigation and prosecution takes place with regard to these crimes and how they are recorded and referred. We also have Ms. Minoli Don, who is also an attorney at law, and she's the head of the Migration Protection and Assistance and Counter-Trafficking Unit at the International Organization for Migration in Sri Lanka. She oversees the counter-trafficking, safe migration, and assisted voluntary return and reintegration programs of the organization at present. Her key areas of expertise include labor migration, counter-trafficking, return and reintegration, refugee protection, and human rights. She has worked closely with the government as well as non-governmental stakeholders, contributing to development of key policy documents in terms of the National Strategic Action Plans, training manuals, guidelines, and other resources pertaining to labor migration and human trafficking. I believe she has also contributed to the development of key modules in national universities in Sri Lanka as well. We also have Shamali, also not a stranger to all of you. Let me also introduce her to you. She leads the implementation of the Child Protection Program at Save the Children and has close to 2 decades of diverse and direct experience in child protection, child participation, and child rights-based programming, working in coordination with multiple stakeholders, both within the government as well as the non-governmental and civil society. Okay, so if I may, I think we are restricted in terms of time. So if I may go into the first round of questions, I would like to invite Preetika to respond firstly to this question. I would like to pose this question to you, Preetika. In your view, at the moment, what do you see in terms of the current trends of child trafficking that is taking place in Sri Lanka, based on mainly the cases that are being reported to NCPA? And what would you say the role of NCPA in terms of responding to these particular trends? Is your mic on? Can I hand over the... No, I think I can hand over the mic to you.
During this COVID period, especially the children have started using social media and electronic devices sparingly. The educational activities are being carried out using social media, so children and electronic media, electronic devices and social media are inseparable. So because of that, NCPA has started to receive complaints or information of abuses that take place via social media and using electronic devices. Sometimes it's children who are abusing children, it's peers. Sometimes it's the adults who have preyed or who have used these devices and mechanisms to use children or abuse children. And we have, very recently we have introduced a mobile app, plus we have a 24-hour helpline which operates in all 3 languages. And we have introduced a lot of mechanisms for people to complain and provide information on abuse of children. So we have recently noticed a new trend or new way where children are being abused, online violence due to it's online violence taking place, where children have become victims of violence. So that's one of the new trends. This violence could be just blackmailing or threatening and abusive words, abusive images, sharing, where children become psychologically affected. And not only that, pornographic material. Sometimes sometimes children share pornographic material, sometimes to promote, to provoke children sexually. Grooming processes take place using online violence. So we are using that type of information via mobile app and through our helpline. NCPA has a cyber surveillance unit where they do investigate onto the perpetrators who upload these images, who try to prey on children. We have a consultant who's helping in the investigation process of this online violence cases, and we are linked with the Sri Lankan Police Department. Through the police department, we are linking with the Interpol, and we are cyber surveillance unit shares information with the CERT and with the Interpol and Facebook company. So we have the power to link directly with all these organizations who work closely on investigation, and with the help of these organizations and the links that we have in investigation process, we are able to curb this, we are able to investigate quickly in order to identify it. And apart from that, NCP has signed an MOU with the Internet Watch Foundation, which is based in UK. That organization is ready to help us in identifying the perpetrator who uploaded the abusive material on children, especially the images of sexual abuse of children. So we are blessed with that. We are handling the investigation on violence against children online. And apart from that, NCP has the power to monitor the criminal investigations, criminal court cases. So we are using all these mechanisms to protect children during the court process and when the children enter into the justice system as being victims of violence, especially online. That is that's one trend that we have noticed during this period. Thank you.
Thank you, Pritika. I think we all agree that with the increased usage of technology, especially by children, how they are being used, how that is being used as a means of subjecting children to trafficking. So, and I'm happy to note that how NCPA is now responding to that trend and how they are able to identify such victims and to be able to respond adequately. Thank you, Pritika. Okay. This question is to you, Minoli. Recognizing the sort of the important work that IOM is doing in terms of the field of trafficking in persons, could I invite you to maybe briefly explain the key work that IOM has undertaken in the field of trafficking in persons and combating trafficking in persons in Sri Lanka? And also, if I may combine that question to ask your views as to how do you see the role of the international community and the development partners in supporting that process of combating trafficking in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anuradhi. I'll start with a brief explanation of what International Organization for Migration is. Most of you all are aware what IOM is, but IOM is an intergovernmental organization which was established in 1951, and IOM commenced its operations in Sri Lanka in 2002. So since 2002, IOM is closely working with the Ministry of Justice and all members of the National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force since 2010. In terms of what we do, now when you take trafficking, it has different forms. It can be either for forced labor, sexual exploitation, cyber trafficking, organ removal, so on and so forth. And adults, children, and especially women, children, and men can all be victims of trafficking. And as I think one of the resource persons earlier mentioned, one of the key challenges that Sri Lanka faces at the moment is lack of data. Dearth of statistics, researchers related to trafficking and also related to child trafficking in Sri Lanka. In order to make sound decisions, policies, we need data, and we need to constantly monitor the trends, observe these patterns, and basically devise or design programs to combat and prevent trafficking. In terms of what IOM is doing, we support both adults as well as children. And our counter-trafficking response is predicated on 4 pillars, that is prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnership. In terms of prevention, we conduct a lot of awareness programs, capacity building programs, both at national level for central government officers as well as at local levels, because we believe that usually, for example, if you take district divisional secretariats, foreign employment development officers, Gramaniladaris, and public health officers, child protection officers attached to these divisional district secretariats are often the first point of contact for potential or actual victims of trafficking. So they are in a good position to raise awareness, build the capacity, not only among local government officials, but also among the communities. So we conduct programs in partnership with local NGOs. We also believe in building the capacity of local NGOs, because as UN organizations, INGOs, we have programs for 2-3 years. But it's important that this work has sustainability, that it's carried out at ground level by different stakeholders, especially if you work closely with the community-based organizations. It has some sort of sustainability, and they will continue to raise awareness, they will continue to support victims. So in addition to raising awareness trainings, we also conduct national level public information campaigns. Recently, we broadcasted advertisements on TV and radio highlighting labor exploitation and sexual exploitation, and also in partnership with Save the Children, we put up billboards in different districts in Sri Lanka highlighting child sex trafficking as well. I think Shamli can explain further. So public information is key. And also we operate hotline. I know government stakeholders, a lot of government stakeholders, NCPA, State Ministry of Women and Child Development, they operate hotlines, and IOM also operates a hotline. And since the beginning of this project, we have received over 300 calls, either asking for information related to trafficking, or most of them were like victims and they wanted support. This includes child victims of trafficking as well. As since the mandate lies with the government, we often make sure that we refer to the government, relevant government authorities. In terms of protection, since the outset of the project, we have assisted over 55 adult victims and 6 child victims of trafficking, 6 child victims of trafficking in partnership with Save the Children, who are placed in a state institution. Now, IOM's approach to reintegration has 3 dimensions, and it's economic, social, and psychosocial reintegration. And we believe in counseling. We believe in having, the right psychosocial setup, not only for the adults but also for child victims of trafficking. The support can be immediate, it can be medium, it can also be long-term, because we believe in the sustainability of the reintegration and the recovery process of the victim. Our protection is basically focused on these 3 dimensions, and also in case of complex cases or where the government support is needed, we refer them to the relevant task force member or the relevant government institution for continued support. And IOM has also been involved in, I think, 2 key cases that were prosecuted in Sri Lanka, an adult traffic victim, and we provided shelter, we provided legal aid support, and we provided with immediate, medium, and long-term assistance to the victim. And in terms of prosecution, as I mentioned, not only with local government officers, but also we have trained judges, magistrates, high court judges, and also state prosecutors. And in addition to that, at national level, immigration officials, and for the first time in Sri Lanka, in the region, actually in the South Asian region, we conducted training for cabin crew, airline crew, recognizing the need, the importance of identifying victims of trafficking and the proper referral mechanism. Also, in terms of partnership, we believe in working not only with the government stakeholders, but also local NGOs, INGOs, and civil society, community-based organizations. So I believe that a multi-stakeholder approach, a coordinated approach, is crucial when addressing and responding to human trafficking, and IOM closely works towards in achieving this objective.
Thank you, Minoli, for giving us that overview of the work, the very important work that IOM does in this area. If I may move on, I would like to pose this question to Shamali now. In your view, could you please tell us what the role that civil society plays and civil society organizations play with regard to countering child trafficking in Sri Lanka, especially in the light of the new current trends that are taking place in this particular area?
Thanks, Anuradhi. In Sri Lanka, if you look at the organizations working for child trafficking, countering the child trafficking, it's really few organizations specifically focusing on this particular matter. But there are organizations working on by contributing to address the contributing factors for child trafficking, especially at community, district, and national level. So, because it's a complex situation, we know the underlying causes are for child trafficking. So, most of the organization who has a mandate for child rights, child protection, they closely working with the communities and government authorities to address these contributing factors by raising awareness, empowering children by strengthening existing child protection mechanism within the country. So that is the key role they are carrying out for addressing this issue in terms of child trafficking. Organizations like Save the Children functioning at national level, we closely work with government authorities, especially with the Ministry of Women and Child Development, National Child Protection Authority, and also the civil society, the small organizations, to raise their awareness as well as develop their capacity, especially by providing capacity building development for these officers placed or deployed at the divisional and village level, for them how they can identify these issues, the vulnerable children. We are also closely working with them to provide necessary guidelines and tools, what sort of tools they could use effectively identify vulnerable children and families for child trafficking. And the others, we also advocate for the government together with other agencies who are working in this sector for them to come up with child-friendly services, which is really required because we cannot address this issue the same way we do for adults. It's really required we have a child-friendly approach. So we provide this technical knowledge, expertise, and develop their capacities, and also ensure that these procedures are being implemented or integrated into their action plans, and we continuously provide our technical support to these entities within the existing networks and the forums. We also implement the wider awareness of the public awareness. When it's come to child trafficking, the main issue is lack of understanding. That is especially not among general public, it is also within the government officers, law enforcement officers, because this the whole subject is not quite popular within the country because of the key issues we have been discussed. The research was the key instrument that reflecting those gaps in the country. So this awareness raising, we are taking through different forums, we are taking part as a technical organization at national level, district level, because these village child development committees, there's a mechanism coming to the national level from village to divisional, district, provincial, up to the national level to discuss about child rights issues. So as an organization, wherever we work at the community level, we ensure that wherever we work, that we strengthen this mechanism and develop the capacity of government officials, as well as the key thing is that we are trying to bridge the communities as well as the services, because sometimes there are accessibility issues as well as lack of awareness about available services. Sometimes there are the areas as an organization, as a non-governmental organization, we bring the community aspects as well as we are closely working with the government. So we are in a good position to bridge this gap by coordinating these services between the communities, general public, as well as government officials.
Thank you, Shamali. I think you correctly described as to the need in terms of engaging with the civil society as well as at the community level in addressing some of the vulnerabilities, because that's where prevention actually starts, and also trying to bridge the gap between accessing services for the communities to access services that are available. So thank you very much. I don't know whether we have time to take questions. Yes, I have been told that there is no time to take questions, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panel members for providing their views, specifically with regard to child trafficking and what work they are currently involved in addressing this issue. So thank you very much, and thank you for the audience as well. I'm sure there might be space in future to forward your questions if you do have any clarifications or questions to Save the Children. So thank you very much.
Am I being heard okay? Yeah. And let me just try for a second time to bring up a presentation. There we go. I'm wondering how you're all doing there in Colombo. I think if this was a training, I'd be encouraging you all to do an energizer and get up and dance around at this point. So I hope you're taking the opportunity to stretch if you need to. So I've been asked to speak for about 15 minutes on the interview guidelines for interviewing child victims of trafficking. I think I might try to make this a bit shorter. Let's see how this goes. But yes, we developed these guidelines for law enforcement officers on how to interview child victims of trafficking. So what I was going to talk through briefly today, I'm just again trying to get my, are we good? Yes. Was going to talk, just to introduce the guidelines, talk a little bit about the guidelines, why we have them, and then what the guidelines contain. As I say, I don't know that it is helpful at this stage to go into a lot of depth. Maybe I know we've heard a lot this morning already, and I'm also very aware, as we heard about the SOPs, that there is overlap, specifically because the interview guidelines rather do focus in on how to interview children, but they're a part of the standard operating procedures. And obviously that investigation stage and the stage where you are interviewing a child is part of the overall standard operating procedures. So there is some overlap, but the booklet, the document, the tool we produced on interviewing gives guidelines especially for law enforcement officers. So you received them. I saw them getting handed out, and that's the document that has been produced during the Scout project. And why have them? The real purpose is to assist law enforcement officers, especially the Police, Women and Children's Desk, to conduct child-sensitive identification, screening and interviewing of children suspected to have experienced trafficking. Now we know that having children as victims and children as victims of trafficking is very unusual, and maybe for many of our police and law enforcement officers, they are more used to either interviewing adults or perhaps interviewing children who have been in conflict with the law. Whereas here we've got children who are victims and children who have been through incredibly traumatic experiences. And so we felt that the project felt that there was a need to produce these guidelines to really help our law enforcement officers to think through how they put the child's best interests and this very traumatized child at the center of this process, and make sure that the way we talk, the way we put a child at ease really is highly child sensitive and sensitive to very vulnerable children. So the guidelines contain some key points and principles. They go through the main steps of the identification to interview stages. So from the child being identified in the community through to the interview. And then there's a model we've suggested called the PEACE model, which is an approach to interviewing child victims of trafficking. Really, the reminder of the principles and the key points that comes at the beginning of the document really is about, as I've said, this need to always act with the child's best interests in mind, and remembering that these are highly vulnerable children and we should not be doing anything to humiliate them, to offend the child's dignity, or to risk re-traumatizing the child. So definitely we don't want to see children in handcuffs. Definitely we want to see children, their safety, their health and their welfare put absolutely at the heart of our response, and really that in every way that we act with the child, it's going to start aiding their recovery process. So the document talks through the child rights and what we must remember throughout this process. And things like the child has a right to information. They really should be allowed to understand how they're going to be assisted and how they're going to be protected. That need for information right throughout this process. That there is a right to children have a right to non-discrimination, that children, regardless of their race, their gender, their caste, their religion, whether they've got a disability or not, and their nationality, must all be treated equally, and that children have a right to be heard. They may find it very difficult to voice what they want to tell you, what they need to tell you, but they do have a right to be heard, and we must give them the space, the time, and the right environment to do that. And as I said before in the earlier presentation, children should not be detained or feel as though they have been detained. These are victims of an awful traumatic experience. We shouldn't be detaining them or making them feel as though they've been detained as a result of this process. We've suggested in the guidelines 6 main steps, and I know that in the SOPs, and our previous presenter did already talk through some of these processes, and this is where I would like to highlight that there is some overlap in what they cover. So we've covered here the fact that the child will be identified in the community, and then the case is reported to the law enforcement officer as a first step. And then we really need to make sure the child is safe and secure, that they will be brought to the police station. But when we start, which is step 3, the initial screening interview, we must make sure that that child has had food, has had water, is appropriately clothed, that they have no medical needs that need immediate assistance. And if they do, we must give them that immediate health assistance, medical assistance. So that's step 3, which is the initial screening interview, just very basic facts about the child, finding out the child's name, finding out how old they are, finding out how are they, how is their health. This interview should be brief, and bearing in mind again, informing the child of what is happening the whole way through. We do need to think carefully about what's in the child's best interests around their parents. If the child is with the parent when the child presents, when the child is identified in the community, it's usually going to be in the child's best interest to keep the child and the parent together, unless you suspect that the parent may be involved, and then of course the child will need to be separated from the parent if you have a suspicion that they're involved. But generally, if the child is unaccompanied when they present, we need to inform the parents, and the parents should be brought to accompany the child during the full interview. We obviously do need to be highly sensitive, highly receptive to information we're hearing about whether that the parent might be involved. If we have any suspicion that the parent or the guardian is involved in any way in the child's trafficking, then, as I say, that child must be separated from the parent who may be a danger to them. So you'd inform the child's parents at step 4 and hope that they can come to accompany the interview. And then the police inform probation services of the child's case, so that probation services will oversee and arrange for the child's care and protection while they're waiting for the full interview. And then we conduct the full interview to find out the facts and what happened from the child's perspective. Now this is where we have suggested, I don't know how many of you attending this webinar have heard of the PEACE model before, but this is the approach that we've suggested. It is a model that really emerged in the 1990s as a model for investigative interviewing that was a collaboration between law enforcement experts and psychologists, and really designed to have an ethical approach towards interviewing that puts the interviewee at ease and also gets the best result out of your interviewing. And they proved when they were developing this model that it led to less false evidence being given. So what the model goes through, it's the PEACE, and it has these 5 stages, which are prepare and plan, engage and explain, account and clarification, closure and evaluation. And those 5 stages of the interview are what our guidelines go through. So I'll briefly go through the 5. I don't, this isn't a training session, and we did do a training with the police academy on this, and so we have training behind these documents. But I'll just quickly go through what the PEACE stand for. So prepare and plan encourages the law enforcement officers to think to plan and prepare for this interview, to think about the location. Is it in a child-friendly space? Is it in a space where children are going to feel at ease? It's not a cell, it's not a police, it's not an austere part of a police station that is going to be frightening to a child. How's the child going to get there? How much time do you require? You may require much longer to put a child at ease than you would normally need with interviewing an adult. Have you met the child's basic needs? Is the food, is the water, if the child is going to need that during the time that you're interviewing the child? And how are you going to record it if it's going to be recorded? Are you just taking notes, or are you using video? And how are you going to help the child to understand that and help the child feel at ease with whatever method you're using for recording? So those are some of the things that we encourage the interviewer to think about in planning and preparing. So at this stage, they haven't even met the child, but they're preparing for the interview. The engage and explain stage really helps the interviewer to think through, how do you put the child at ease? How are you going to get the best out of this child because they feel comfortable to talk to you? So we talk through the welcome, the introduction, explaining who you are, explaining who everyone in the room is. How are you going to explain the interview to the child? And what are the kind of measures in terms of the environment, in terms of reassuring them of confidentiality and ensuring them of what will happen to the information, thinking through all those things that will just help the child to feel ready to open up to you. The account and the clarification is the main bulk of the interview. So what we suggest in these guidelines is that the account is when the child discloses what happens, using a methodology called free active recall. You ask open-ended questions that encourage the child to tell you in their own words. And then after you've heard the child's account, by some very carefully thought through and carefully planned questions, you then as the interviewer would clarify and maybe ask some more detailed, some more closed questions. What we do in the guidelines is we talk through the techniques that can be used to encourage the child's free active recall. So we go through a pyramid of questions from the most open type, can you tell me what happened, through to the more closed ones, which we don't recommend. And we go through the kind of way you can frame your questions that will really most likely bring out that free active recall and the child telling you in his or her own words. And then, as I said, the clarification is when you just go over what you heard and check with the child, did you hear correctly? Also giving the child, obviously, chance to clarify what they said or to go back and correct anything they might want to go through over again with you. Then closure, the C, is what does the interviewer need to do to close the interview in a structured way? Again, it's making sure the child fully understands what's happened and understands what is going to happen. So you're summarizing what the child told you, you give the child the chance to add anything they might want to add, you tell them what will happen next, and then you thank them for their time and you thank them for coming. And then the final E of the PEACE model is evaluation. And this is a very important part. The child is no longer with you, but you need to evaluate how that interview went, what information you've attained, does it fit with other evidence and information you have, whether action needs to be taken, that you might feel there's safeguarding action that needs to be taken immediately for the child or for other children that might have been spoken about in the interview. What further inquiries need to be undertaken, and then evaluating your own performance. What can you do in the future to get the best out of a child? And then really making sure again that the child's vulnerability and the fact that this child is highly traumatized, have your skills in this interview being what they should be to put that vulnerable child at the heart and to conduct this interview in a sensitive way. So briefly, hope I've been brief but not too unclear. This is what those guidelines go through. We don't deal with any of the broader issues around the care of the child and where that child should be being looked after in between the time of the initial interview and the full interview. That is, we know, is a part of the SOPs. So these two tools should definitely go hand in hand, the standard operating procedures and the interview guidelines. So I will leave that there for right now. Thank you.
As Hannah mentioned, the guidance note on identification, protection, and referral of child victims and the interview guidelines go each other together. And the next session, I'm sure the participants joining virtually from Sri Lanka, this might be today might be a long day for you, but I really appreciate your participation for being with us whole day. Next session is to provide you a chance to engage with the law enforcement officials who will be in the panel. I would like to call Ms. Shamali Nyanasena, the Senior Program Manager of Save the Children Sri Lanka, to facilitate these discussions.
Thank you, Siad. Welcome to the next panel discussion. I would like to first invite the panelists. First, I would like to invite the Deputy Inspector General Sampath Kumara Liyanage and the Senior Superintendent of Police Darshika Ranasinghe, Director of Police Bureau of the Prevention of Abuse of Children and Women. Then we have Mr. Vijay Sena, the retired Chief Inspector of Police and former OIC of NCPA Police Unit. And Hannah Newt, she's joining online from the UK. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so now we are moving on to our third panel discussion on law enforcement, detection and investigation. Purpose of today's discussion, this panel discussion is to create more awareness on role of effective law enforcement in trafficking, tackling child trafficking and need of proactive contribution of public in supporting law enforcement sector to prevent and identify the cases of child trafficking. So let me introduce our panel today. We have Deputy Inspector General Sampath Kumara Liyanage. He is from the Sri Lanka Police Training College and he's the DIG of trainings. He also an attorney at law and specialized in human rights, child rights and child protection. Next, we have the Senior Superintendent of Police, Ms. Darshika Ranasinghe. She's the Director of Police Bureau for the Prevention of Abuse of Children and Women. She has nearly 25 years of experience in the police department, and she also specialized in criminology, conflict and peace studies. Then we have Mr. Vijay Sena. He's a retired Chief Inspector of Police and he was the founder officer in charge of the Special Police Investigation Unit of National Child Protection Authority, and he is currently working as a consultant on child protection and investigation related initiatives. Ms. Hannah Newt, she is joining online. She's the Child Protection Advisor, Children on the Move, based in Save the Children UK, and she's also providing her international technical expertise on child protection for the Scout project, and she has been with us in all the initiatives of this project from the inception of the project activities. Hello, Hannah, and I warmly welcome you all for this panel discussion. And let's quickly move on to the questions. And I would like to start this panel discussion with directing my first question to Mr. Vijay Sena. Mr. Vijay Sena, could you please tell us the role of National Child Protection Authority in investigating cases of child trafficking and protecting victims of child trafficking?
Well, Shyamali, actually, now when we go back to the history of the investigation process under the NCPA, this investigation process was started under the purview of founder chairman Professor Harendra De Silva since year 2001. Thanks to Inspector General of Police for posting a few police officers under the NCPA to launch their own investigation. At the initial stages, there was a cyber watch unit. The NCPA is the first ever organization who introduced to detect child abuse of perpetrators and offenders through online detection. And we launched some detections through the cyber detections, and NCPO was able to conduct some successful investigations nationally as well as internationally, and some cases were tried in England also. When we are conducting this investigation, actually, when combating child trafficking offences, our law was not so rich, because according to the amendment under Act number 22 of 1995, the trafficking offence was introduced under section 360C, and this particular offences it was not wide. Considering these barriers, we happen to target some investigation provisions like sexual exploitation, procuration, and procuring children for producing child pornography, and like that offences we targeted, and we launched our investigations, and the cases were tried mostly on that offences. When the law is amended in year 2006 under Act number 16, our law is very rich now. We are in line with the international trafficking offense. Because now, earlier under the 1995 Act, our police officers are not given powers to apprehend a person without a warrant. But after the introducing these new laws in year 2006, according to Act number 7 of the 2006 Criminal Procedure Act, our police officers were empowered to apprehend the perpetrators related to child trafficking without a warrant from a court. And when we are proceeding these investigations, we were able to do some rich investigations thanks to Women's and Bureau Director and the Inspector General of Police and the Police Department, because our law is so rich. The NCPA law is very powerful in some areas, but some normal criminal procedure areas, our law is very silent. And always we must get the assistance from the police department to launch a successful detection in this process. In that case, always the police department give their tremendous support to the NCPA to launch successful detections, and we were able to carry out our detections very successfully. And there's a very powerful legal branch attached to the NCPA, and very prominent legal officers there. And also we always followed the prominent guidance of the prominent officers, actually like Dr. Ajit Tennakon, Professor Mudita Vidhanapatirana, because he is our current chairman. Before he joined in the NCPA also, he gave his full support to the NCPA to proceed with this investigation process, because within a certain limited period, how to achieve and how to complete the investigation, we were guided especially by Dr. Ajit Tennakon. Now also the Director Women's and Child Bureau, she is giving a very full support to the NCPA police unit, because she is governing the entire administration process, and our chairman and the legal branch, they are monitoring all the investigations under the NCPA, especially the trafficking offences related to children in Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr. Vijayasena. As you correctly mentioned, it's really important that as the National Authority for Children's Protection closely work with all the law enforcement entities in terms of making necessary coordination and connectivity to make more the effectiveness of and the efficiency of investigating these cases related to child trafficking. So my next question is to Mr. DIG Sampath Kumara, the Police Training Academy. To what extent is investigating child trafficking included in the existing training curriculum in the Police Training Academy? And what are the opportunities and challenges in incorporating greater learning on child trafficking on this issue?
Thank you, Shamali. Firstly, we have two types of training. First one, basic recruitment training. Second one is on-the-job training. On-the-job training also two types. One is in-service training, one is police academy training. Then now we are conducting basic course, minimum 12 hours course course conducted in basic course for the child protection and about the women rights. Other thing is in our academy have two type of course. One is 2 weeks child protection and child protection course. Second one is online course. Now we are conducting like this course, but not only the child trafficking, we are conducting women and child rights and other similar laws. We have some challenges because of that's why basic course we are not conducting, not only us. NCPA gave big support and Women and Child Bureau also given us fully supports for the basic course. Our academic training, they are I think well known professors and other university lecturers also engaged for the 2 weeks course.
Thank you very much. If I ask about like in the current context, what sort of barriers or challenges you have to incorporate the trainings or skill development in related to child trafficking among these key officials who are directly dealing with children?
Yes, this one like this. We have some lecturers, but problem is newly amendment laws. We must learn about. Firstly, we must learn. That's why in our police academy conducted, there are two type of course like that. Firstly, I said that 2 weeks course and online courses. First, we must learn about this. Other one is special lecturers also. We must engage to our training courses. I think nearly within 1 year, 1.5 years, we can firstly we can learn our lecturers. Secondly, we can deliver our knowledge to our recruits and our officers.
Thank you very much. So my question for Mrs. Darshika is that now, as the Bureau for Women, Children and Women, you are directly dealing with children and the women's issues daily, right? So could you please tell us what practical challenges you face in the law enforcement process when handling trafficking cases?
Thank you, Shamali. Actually, we have so many challenges and problems we are facing at the stage of the investigations. So when we take in one case of the trafficking, most probably it has number of victims, number of suspects, and their digital equipments and their documentary evidence. We need to analyze those at the same time, no? And then we need more knowledge actually, and we need technical supports. So actually we need develop so many officers to for these investigations. That also the very difficult to in the practical police work. So another problem is the trafficking is a predicate offense of the money laundering. We need to look that part also, and not only traffickers actually having a facilitate also. We need look all the part of the investigation. So that is a not only easy, that is a very comprehensive matter to deal with. So actually that is a very task, and we are facing so many challenges. Other thing is the most of the victims are very innocent and they have very pathetic situations. So we need to protect their confidentiality. That also we are facing trouble in the investigation stage. And other thing is we don't have any shelter facility. Actually, still Sri Lanka police don't have any shelters. We are getting support from the Ministry of the Women and Affairs, they have some kind of shelters, and but they don't have all island. Many very less areas they have some shelters, and other problem is the language barrier. Some victims or some offenders, they are foreigners, so we have to deal with foreigners. Actually, police officers, they can maintain with English or Tamil, but the other language we cannot be tackled. So we need to get assistance from their embassies and the state language department or any other way. But that also the very difficult, because of the we need get assistance from the trustee institutions. So that also the very challenge. The other thing is actually if the victim victims are foreigners or suspects are foreigners, we need to take evidence from the overseas. So we need to take assistance from the Interpol and the local and foreign service providers and local and foreign bank institutions. Actually, we very difficult to take evidence like this. So stage of the investigation stage, very difficult and very challenge for us this type of cases.
Thank you very much, Ms. Darshika. Yes, she correctly highlighted handling or investigating these cases are not it's not an easy task. It's very complex, and it needs lots of resources, human resources, as well as financial, as well as other facilities as well. So the first thing we need to focus on prevention and minimize the cases, number of cases which reach to the law enforcement. So it would make them easy to handle, as it required a lot of resources, coordination, connectivity, as well as expertise and specific approaches to handle different cases. Those cases are, different from cases to case, and it carries kind of a very complex background along it, connecting with local to national, as well as different ethnicities and language issues, as she mentioned. So that is why it's really important that there is a well-coordinated multi-sectoral approach in addressing issues of child trafficking, because this case is not easy to handle just by the one entity, the child protection service institutions or the law enforcement authorities or the civil society organizations. So my next question is for you, Hannah. Hannah is the child protection advisor of Children on the Move, connected with the Save the Children UK. Hannah, could you please explain why it is important for law enforcement officials to adopt a child-friendly process when dealing with child victims of trafficking?
Yes, thank you, Shaimali. And I think I did touch on this a bit when I was talking about the guidelines, but just to say a little bit more, I think it's because, as we were just hearing, this procedure is really very challenging. And the police, the law enforcement officers have that dual role of needing to have evidence from the child, as well as having the responsibility to start aiding the child's recovery. And I think what we've got here is really extremely vulnerable children that you're trying to get evidence from. So that's really why we have to be so child sensitive, is because of the heightened vulnerability of these children. And just to go through a few reasons why they are more vulnerable than perhaps children who are in conflict with the law, as I said, or are adult victims, is it's possible that these children have had the most profound form of betrayal possible happen to them. They could have had their own family members or people in their community, as I say, perform the most profound act of betrayal, which is to sell them into harm. So these children have experienced the betrayal. We also know that children, they lack life experience, so they may not understand what they're going through. They may not understand the trafficking. They may not understand that they're being trafficked at all. There's a possibility that they think that this isn't abnormal, that this isn't an abnormal experience. And in some respects, I think Dr. Pamela's research showed that children in some cases almost came to appreciate the benefits that they were getting from the trafficking. So they may not understand it fully as highly dangerous, highly harmful behavior that they're being exposed to. There might be cultural influences also that mean they don't want to question adults. So the adults who've been harmful to them, they may not want to question them. They may also have, real fear around speaking their mind and speaking their truth to police, because again, that the cultural norms might mean that they shouldn't talk openly of their opinions and feelings to adults. So this is a challenge as well for the police to overcome. I think also, they could be alone. They have no family member with them, possibly. They may know that the family doesn't want them back. All of these experiences mean that this child is a very fragile child to have open up to you, which is why the child's sensitivity, the putting the child at ease, really getting into the shoes of this child and thinking what they've been through is so important in the way that you talk to them. They may not want to talk, but rather than take that as a child who's refusing to talk to you, to see that more from the point of view of the awful experiences they've gone through. So I think it's important to just really have these child's experiences in your mind, at the heart of our reactions as we interview the child, because it's a very challenging job, no doubt, that the police have on their hands in trying to both reassure, protect, but also get evidence from the child.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So as you correctly mentioned, it's really important that we look at these issues from children's angle and understanding the diverse background they are coming on and the level of coping as well as specific needs they requires in these processes. It's really required to pay more attention and all the stakeholders to be skilled and sensitized on how to handle the victims of child trafficking. So, with the time limitation, we have to conclude this panel discussion, and I really believe the views shared by the panelists would have created a new area or an eye-opener for all these stakeholders to think about the importance of thinking about this the commitment of the law enforcement officials, the process of investigations, as well as the consider child-friendly approaches, child-friendly methodologies in the process of handling victims of child trafficking. And as we highlighted throughout the sessions and the presentation shared within today's event, it is evident that all the entities should work in collaboration through a well-coordinated process to effectively handle this issue. When it's come to law enforcement authorities, the capacity development, as you both correctly mentioned, I think it's one entry point is for us to start developing the capacity and work closely with the officers who are directly dealing with these cases, and then to replicate these learnings, as well as the procedures should be followed by all the law enforcement authorities in order to sustain these practices, and also to start with one concrete step to continue this process. Thank you very much for joining today, and I wish you all the best. Thanks.
as Shamali said, we are running out of time, but this event is online and you have the opportunity, unlimited time, to watch this and make your comments, raise your questions, share with your interested parties, and so this gives unlimited time for you to engage with the interested parties. So do share, do comment, do ask questions continually. So now the next presentation is going to give you an overview about the victim support that has been carried out by Department of Probation and Child Care Services. This presentation will be presented by Mrs. Nirmali Pereira, the Senior Probation Officer from the Department of Probation and Child Care Services. Let me read out a little introduction about Mrs. Nirmali Pereira. She has been working with the department for the last 24 years, and she covers a wide range of responsibilities at the department. Some of them are assisting court proceedings through social investigation reports, providing technical assistance to provincial councils on rehabilitation and reintegration of child and young offenders. In addition to this, she also develops and conducts trainings for probation officers and staff of the institutions which provide shelter and rehabilitations, correctional services for the children. She also handles the matters related to adoption of children by foreign nationals as the central authority of Hague Conventions on their country adoption. She's also one of the focal points from the department to provide law reform supports to other authorities. There are lots to say. Given the time limit, I'm stopping at this point. So let's welcome Mrs. Nirmali Pereira to present.
Yes.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to present the Department of Probation and Child Care Services in this occasion to provide a brief presentation on the work that we have been carried out by the department together with the provincial council on especially to support victims of trafficking. So in this regard, that before going to our project, I just brief you the general overview of the department, probation and child care services, central government, and as well as the provincial councils and victim support services available for, at the moment at the provincial level. Right. In the institution level, that there are two categories of children. Children in contact with the law fall into two broad categories according to the existing laws in Sri Lanka. So the children who have committed an offense, this is juvenile suspects and also the offenders. So I'm not going to discuss about this or the highlight about the issues of these children and rehabilitation part, since we are focusing the child victims today. The other category of children, that children who need care and protection, that the areas that we are focusing today is the children in need of care and protection. So all these children who need care and protection, as their parents, guardian have failed to do so, and also the abused and vulnerable children, child victims, including the child trafficking children, are institutionalized for the moment. As per the statistical, the statistical report, census done in 2019, there are 10,632 children in the institutions. Currently, in the 379 children's homes. So out of this 10,632 children, 3,108 children are considered as a child in need of care and protection. These 3,108 children, out of these children, 69 children have been identified as a child victims of trafficking. So as per the census report in 2000, this is not published yet, so it's in the still the census department is working on that. So I think we will be able to launch the report very soon. Thereafter, we will be able to identify get the details of the personal details of these 69 victims of trafficking. Then have a special care plan for these children and go ahead with the provide them the necessary support services. So for these institutionalized children, that 3,108 children that we consider as children in need of care and protection. So physical, mental and sexually abused children, 1,157 children are there in the institution currently. Then also the cruelty to children, 223 children. This is the list of the children, the nature of the abuse and the statistics, but I am not going to read out all the information about these children. But specifically I will mention that the statistics with regard to the trafficking, forced labor, under forced labor, there are 44 children are housed in the institutions, and also forced prostitution 12, and then sale of children and trafficking 13, then altogether 69 children. Then that details we have in our hand at the moment. Then it will be easier for the department to go ahead and treat these children separately. And at the institution level, that the services are available for these victims, that formal and non-formal education, vocational training, physical training, recreational activities, psychosocial support for the victims, and family reintegration. I think that the previous speakers that highlighted some of the issues with regard to the, providing the psychosocial support for the children and reintegration of them, and also the number of children in the institution, and lack of the alternative care options available in the country, highlighted by them. So with my respect to them, I might highlight some of the initiatives that department has taken to address those issues. Comparatively, we can see the statistics in the department. 2 decades before, in the year 2000, there were about 16,000 in the children in the institutions. But after 2 decades, it has been remarkably reduced to 10,000. That means that 6,000 children that anyhow were provided another alternative care. Since even though we do not have the proper alternative care system established in Sri Lanka, officers, however, use the institutionalization as a last resort for the children. That's why that we have seen that number of children in the institution has reduced for the moment. And also at the provincial level, they have taken some initiatives that the Back to Home project, and also some financial assistance to the families, and also from the department, the central government, we have special allocation for the reintegration and the vocational training for the institutionalized children and send them back to their families. These are the initiatives that has been taken by the department for the moment. And also that we have planned to introduce we know that there are, we do not have sufficient alternative care options in Sri Lanka, rather than the adoption and few other family strengthening programs. But we have planned to introduce the foster system for both children, the children who are in vulnerable situation, and also for the institutionalized children, that's selected for the selected children who are able to reintegrate, that give them financial support. And you know that sometimes due to poverty, many children are institutionalized. Therefore, that give them some sort of support for the identified children and send them back to their families. It is also one of the target project that we are going to implement during this year. So I think that is the that initiatives and the services available for victims. In addition to government arrangement to support all forms of child victims, the department under the guidance of the State Ministry of Women and Child Development, Preschool and Primary Education, social infrastructure and education services has been collaborative working with the Save the Children since many years on the number of projects, strengthening the counter-trafficking efforts supported by the US government through International Organization for Migration is one of the projects we are currently implementing with the Save the Children. So I think missing something. Missing something at the project. Anyhow. So anyway, that team that we met with the Commissioner of Probation and Childcare Services first with our team that Save the Children and the lawyer from the I think Nilani is here with us. So we met with the Commissioner of Probation and Childcare Services and started the project. And then first we form a committee to discuss the issues of the institutionalized victim. And there are a number of victims in the institutions. Therefore, among them we had to choose the traffic victims. It was a big challenge for the group. So anyhow, we decided to visit the one of the children's home as a model project. And then we decided to go to Makola Ramutugala Certified School, and the team studied the cases of children and studied the legal background of the case and identified 6 victims there. And actually that originally we wanted to give them a psychosocial support and reintegrate them back to their families. Then once the team visited the place, that they have found that some of the areas to be strengthened in the center itself and give them some sort of support. Therefore, I think we met time to time, once in 2 months' time, and discuss about the progress of the project, and then again discuss with all the provincial, the central Western Provincial Commissioner and other team, and decided to give them some sort of support for all the children in the institution. So then for this identified 6 children, that developed a care plan for these children and started look at the way that how we could reintegrate these children. It was a big challenge for us, as Hannah mentioned earlier, that some children, they do not have the parents. Even though the parents are available, they are not responsible or not suitable to take the children back to their families. Due to various reasons, I think the police also highlighted some of the areas that they are facing trouble. The probation department also facing the same issues in the families due to poverty, maybe the dysfunctional families. Sometimes the parents are the suspects of the cases. So then the children are not able to go back to their families. So then that identified 6 children also had the same problem. Only one child we could hand over back to their one of the extended family members. Still we are discussing that issue, whether it's the successful placement or not, and also we have to follow up that case again, and we have to do lot for these identified 6 children. So in the at the institutional level, that some of the previous speakers again highlighted the that psychosocial support is not sufficient for these children. Actually, we discussed with the Women's Bureau, and requested them to they have number of counselors serving at the divisional secretariat level, and asked them to give their support for the institutional staff and also the children in the institutions. So they agreed that, and also they have sent the details of the institution which needs support the counseling facilities for the children. In addition to that, in the central government, we have the training center for the victims of abuse, that especially that for these children psychosocial support, we send them these children to the hospital for the treatment, and also the counseling, and also the psychiatric treatment. It's these children are selected from the provincial council level, and that once in 2 years time we get those children and 25 groups and train them and give them the therapeutic treatment and send them back to sometimes to the same place, and also back to their families. Under this project, we have organized that we identified that some children are not given the facilities to pursue their education during this pandemic situation. So that thanks for the Save This project, that they have arranged tuition classes, provide master guide books, and facilitate their day-to-day studies, and the reading corner for them to improve their literary as well as the multimedia equipment to the school, which will also help the children in the certified school access to virtual learning opportunities in this pandemic situation and beyond. So I think we had that launch in last week, few weeks before. Some of the challenges that we had encountered, the reintegration these children back to the families, the big challenge for us, since they do not have the parents or guardian, and even the parents or guardian is available, that the social stigma is involved. Therefore, the parents are not able to take these children back to their families. Also, the lack of knowledge about the child trafficking, the human trafficking, the institutional staff has no idea about the the nature of the abuse, and who are the victims of abuse, that what sort of whether the child is abused sexually, physically, or mentally, or the victims of trafficking. There is no clear identification among the children. That also areas that we have to think about. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Nirmali Pereira, for providing an overview of the government's support to the victims, as well as the project, and listing down the support that project has given to the victims. So as Madam Nirmali Pereira said, we from the project have taken a number of initiatives to support victims in a systematic manner, which took a long time to reach the children and to start the reintegration process. Now, you got a number of experts who involved in this process, and who will be in touch with department, and they are experts of different subject with reintegrating child victims of trafficking. So giving an opportunity for you to engage with these experts and clear your questions with them, I would like to call the Director of Policy, Advocacy and Research, Mr. Ranjan Veddasinghe, to facilitate this discussion.
Thank you.
So without taking a long time, I'm going to briefly introduce the panelists for this discussion. So I would like to invite Ms. Nirmali Pereira, representing the Department of Probation and Child Care, to join the panel discussion. And also Roshan Dharmapala, who is a clinical psychologist and a visiting lecturer at the Faculty of Graduate Studies, and she was actually our key facilitator for MHPSS work with the Ranmutugala institution. And also Buddhini Vitthana, who is a senior technical advisor child protection at Save the Children, and Ms. Nilani Mantrinayaka, who is by profession a lawyer and also an very important activist on this issue in Sri Lanka. So I would like all four of you to invite, and I think we need another chair. It's okay, I will just. Sorry. No, it's okay. Thank you all for joining the panel discussion. So I'm not going to take a lot of time, and I'm only going to ask one question. I know that we have agreed to ask 2 questions, but since we are running out of the time, I'm only going to ask 1 question each. Plus, I'm going to actually ask Ms. Nirmali, since you are the representative of Department of Probation and Child Care, both at the national level, and also you work closely with the provincial departments of probation and child care, who actually handle and manage the cases of victims of violence in Sri Lanka. So, Ms. Nirmali, now department is the frontline workforce for the victims of all forms of violence, and providing care and protection and alternative care for children who have been victims of violence. So when it comes to, I would broadly ask the question about the victims of violence, but also the victims of child trafficking. How does the department is actually intervening and identifying and reintegrating children who comes into your system as victims of abuse and violence, especially if there are children who are victims of trafficking? Identify, support, and reintegrate.
Thank you. First, this is the area that we had to think about very seriously, because for the last few decades that we are struggling to get the details of the children, and we also the statistics of the children in the institutions. So we just get the number of children, but the details of the cases, the background of the information is not sufficient. Therefore, as you may be aware, in 2019, the alternative care policy has been approved by the Parliament. Then thereafter, we wanted to...
The mic.
So in 2019, the alternative care policy has been approved by the Parliament. Then thereafter, we wanted to formulate an action plan for the alternative care in Sri Lanka. But the problem that we faced was there is the lack of information about the children in the institutions. Therefore, we decided to have a census of the children to identify the real suspect or the real trafficking cases of trafficking and the other all forms of abuse and the victims in the institutions, not only the victims and as well as the child offenders and suspects. So therefore that we did the census now, it's already completed, that we are waiting for the final launching of that census report. After that launch in the report, then we will be able to get all the details of the victimized children in the institutions and all the children, and then formulate a plan of action and reintegrate. But apart from that, that the number of training programs have been given to the that institutional staff and the probation officers, especially identification of victims in the institution, rehabilitation and reintegration. In this year also, we have planned number of training programs for the institutional staff, probation officers and other workers who are directly dealing with the institutionalized children. This is the area that we are going to identify the children. In addition to that, reintegration part also very difficult, but that we have special ward, as I mentioned during my presentation, to strengthen the family background of these children and reintegrate them back to their families. And also we are going to introduce the special project, the foster system, to for the general public to come and support for this family. Mainly as per the census report, majority of the children in the institution are the reasons the poverty and also the dysfunctional families. Either the parents are living, but either a mother or father is available. That 80% of children, they have either mother or father, but they are not able to take care of the children and do not take the responsibility of the children. Therefore, send them back. I think Hannah also mentioned that during her presentation, the parents are not taking the responsibility and they are not capable. Sometimes they are the suspects of the cases. So these are the problems that we are facing when reintegration these children back to their families. But there are families that who are able to, maybe not the nuclear family, but there are extended family members that who are willing to take care of the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nirmali. So I'm actually going to go ahead with Ms. Nilani. I know that you have prepared very well for this discussion, so I'm going to give you a little bit time to actually talk about what are the major challenges in the current legal framework and enforcement when it comes to the incidents of child trafficking.
Majority of victims trafficking are from poor and uneducated and broken families. So either one parent or you may not have two parents or whatever. The children seek relief from their problems from the families, and if they can't find, they turn themselves into outside people who will show them some attention. And then the other problem is when the complaint is forwarded to the police, the ultimate target of the police is to produce the case to court soon as possible, because even the higher rankers say take the case into the court and all that. Then the police try to get the statement quickly, and due to this fact the child may forget some important points, and also the police may not ask the important questions from the child. Sometimes as the police is hurried to file the case, they force the child to give the statement quickly, and that leads to the child to be silent or declare the points which are not useful for the case. And all the complaints go to the children and women's desk of the police. According to my observations, in most of the time the officers who works in the desk may not have the sufficient knowledge and experience to spare the trafficking case from a general child abuse matter, because they will not be able to identify the difference between a normal case and a child trafficking case. Then they file the case as a child abuse case without considering the trafficking part of the incident. most cases are filed as rape, but when we analyze the incident, there is a trafficking matter to be considered which the police did not have taken care of it. As the officers in the children and women's desk are having a lack of knowledge on trafficking, they are depending on other officers. Then what happens? The other officers will tell you have to file this B report under this section, which is totally different. And sometimes filing that kind of a B report actually covers, even it allows the perpetrator to get free. The important points in the police is working bias towards the suspect sometimes, especially those who are having money and power, because sometimes the suspects brings the lawyers and even they speak to the higher rankers, and then the police will be biased, not all, but in some cases. And sometimes what happens is, in these cases the police they say that I was taken to a place, it's a hall or whatever, it may be a club or something, and there may be they have to obtain CCTV footage, but the police is either they don't have time or without their knowledge they will not be taking those CCTV footage. So now the CCTV footage is a very valuable evidence in the court of law in an incident like this. But when that is not taken on time, that evidence you will not be getting. And and after getting that also you have to send it to the government analysis to get a report. If it is not done, then that evidence is not worth. And most of these cases, in the very first instant, the lawyer will not be appearing. Then what happens? The child is just brought before to court, and that even the child also will not speak. And the other problem is the police will not inform the probation officer, because there is actually when a child is brought to the police will have to inform the probation officer, respective probation office. What happens is they will not be informing the probation officer, so the probation officer doesn't know what is happening, and they just produce the child to courts without any legal support. Then the child also will not speak. Whatever the child will have to say, that child will not be telling, and even certain important facts are also missing. And even after a latter part, if a lawyer supports them, it's very difficult to revise the investigation, because sometimes after 1 or 2 months you may not have the evidence which is needed. Sometimes there may be telephone calls, sometimes letters, all that's not been able to find. So, and then what happens is then the perpetrators are getting a high chance of getting themselves scot free. And these human trafficking cases goes to the high court. It will not be heard in the magistrate court. So before going to the high court, certain things before going to the Attorney General's department, certain things will have to be completed. If the police is not efficient enough, and if they don't have a proper knowledge, these things will not be done. Then what happens is, then in our country, if you see, the conviction rate is just 4%. So most of these cases also fall into that, and this is human trafficking is a very special thing, and you have to do a lot of investigation, because within 1 or 2 hours time you will not be able to get all the information. And the other problem is the police, actually in a child abuse matter, the police can go and get permission from the magistrate and keep the perpetrator for 72 hours, which is not practicing, because there may be some reasons, because they will have to keep him, and somebody will have to be, and all that is there. But still, if these challenges are not being looked into, I think it's very difficult. And the other problem is where we are going to keep this victim child. Where we don't have a proper place for these victims to be kept. And the other thing is all these children need psychosocial support, but that is not being given by the court because court doesn't have that kind of support. And the other thing is when the case is called, unless this child is being kept in a home or some support being given, this child will not be able to come to courts. That is a bigger challenge, and these cases will take at least 5 to 6 years. So this child and the family needs some kind of financial support to come into these cases and to help the police or whatever. So we don't have a shelter. We have only some place in a certified school, but I don't think the certified schools also can accommodate so many children. So that is also one of the challenges that I see in this matter.
Thank you, Nilani. So Buddhini, I am going to actually go to Roshan first. Roshan, you have been working with Save the Children for a while with one of the institutions that we are piloting, supporting the victims of trafficking. And one of the things that we realized is when we did that initial assessment, and we actually identified about 6 children, and none of them had been identified in the law enforcement process or the probation department involvement. I mean, like, it's not as a criticism, but it is admitting the gap that we are having in the system. And then we realize it is even more difficult to reintegrate them back to the society and the family. So as a clinical psychologist, how do you see the importance of MHPSS in terms of the recovery and reintegration of victims of trafficking or even victims of violence and abuse?
Thank you, Ranjan. It's a very, I guess, obvious question to all of us. We can assume, yes, obviously these children have gone through some degree of trauma, abuse, exploitation, and there has to be some emotional or psychological impact. However, from what I also experienced is the impact that has happened to these particular children is not the same as trauma in general, or trauma of violence in the family, or even gender-based violence or sexual abuse. Usually there is this understanding that something has happened to me, I have been wronged. For a victim, most victims are, of course they are doubtful, they feel shame, they feel guilt, but there is a sense that some wrong, some injustice has happened. But with trafficking victims, this remains very ambiguous, because in some way the indoctrination process has made them believe they are partisan to this whole, and it's a very clever industry. I mean, when I began to learn a bit more about this, I realized that there are much smarter psychologists recruiting these children, because they know exactly how to target their vulnerability and how to, in a way, shift a mindset of someone who's vulnerable to believe that someone dangerous can help them. So this, I feel, is the damage that is a bit unlike the other types of abuse we witness. And I myself realized I have a lot of learning to do also before I can equip myself to help children like that. So when you ask me how important is it, I would say absolutely. Us providing the psychosocial support alone, reintegration means skills, vocational, family support, relationships, true, but that person's perception of who they are is very, very badly damaged, to the point where they themselves are no longer sure, am I a good person or not? No. And that is a long piece of work to repair. And until we ourselves educate ourselves as mental health professionals, what kind of work needs to go into the repair of that person, they can't then connect with other people in a healthy manner. or in a trusting manner. And that's the one thing I witnessed which I was surprised at, is how unwilling and how guarded these children are to trust or to divulge any information. I don't always encounter that degree of mistrust among my client group, and I think it also alerted me to the need to not just link mental health services or psychosocial support services to the child, but to first educate that particular sector about the difference before connecting them. Otherwise, we may do more harm again of assuming, wrongfully assuming things.
Thank you, Roshan. I think that's a very good analysis of the situation. I think that might also explain why these children may go back to their traffickers rather than going back to their families. I think we have seen that kind of pattern in some of the cases. So the last question, since we don't have a lot of time, Buddhini, now you have been working with these children or the institutions, and Save the Children has been working with reunification for over 10 years in Sri Lanka. Now, I am actually not going to ask all the other things since we discussed a lot, but how do you see that now, the very difficult process of reintegration, especially victims of trafficking? Now, we also understand the government limitations of engaging in such a process of, following up to 6 months to 1 year after reintegration and everything. Now, I'm not going to ask specifically civil society, but what are the critical roles that other actors can play in terms of ensuring the sustainability of reintegration of these children, even after all that work that Roshan explained being done?
Thanks, Ranjan. I think it's really important to understand that, I think, as we've discussed all afternoon, this is a hidden phenomenon. So victims don't want to be identified. Perpetrators or families who often are part of the perpetration don't want to divulge any information. So it's a very difficult group to work with. So having said that, anybody, whether it's a civil society organization or any other service or any other entity who wants to support children who are victims of trafficking, have to almost develop pathways to access these children. And one of the key things that have to be considered is, how do you develop the trust? And I think this comes from what Roshan was also talking about. A lot of these victims are very hesitant to trust people, and the families as well. So it really is about how do you develop that trust and develop a conducive working environment for you as an entity to connect with these children and to work with the families. I think looking at the findings of the research, we saw some key push factors. And some of them, the ones that came out strongly for me, was the likelihood of a child who had already been a victim of sexual abuse or rape. It was more likely for children like that to be victims of trafficking. And then we also saw the economic security issues coming up very strongly, and dysfunctional family relationships. So just looking at these three things, especially civil society, civil society organizations that work at the grassroots, should really think about, now if you think about what are the challenges of a child who's been sexually abused. It's a stigma of the community, and these are the things that push the child into victimization. So how can you provide the support necessary for a child victim of violence to not get into further harm, but to support that child, as Roshan says, in many ways, including through mental health and psychosocial support, but not just that, through proper, we call it the case management approach. The child protection workforce is aware of this, and we've always advocated for this approach. So through a proper child protection case management approach, how can the civil society organization support the child and the family to ensure that this child does not fall into further harm. That's one. And it's about creating those safety networks. It's about finding the right resources and making the right referrals, and eventually strengthening the family, because I think often we lose sight of the family. A lot of us, we look at the child in a silo. We try to think about all the needs of the child, but we forget that there's a wider environment that the child belongs to, and the child depends on their support. And we cannot replace that support. So that is the importance of understanding the need to strengthen the family. And also, I mean, just something very important I think we've noticed, because we're working with victims of violence. We're working with victims of violence, whatever the nature of the violence could be. And looking at how civil society and other entities have responded to supporting victims of violence, what we've seen is that there are a lot of examples where further harm has been caused. So I think it's really important for us to understand the principle of do no harm and understand how we can actually apply that. And one of the most important principles, I think, that will guide us to do that is looking at the best interests of the child, doing a best interest determination about what is the best course of action for a child, whether it's reintegration with the family or whether it's staying in alternative care, whatever it could be. I think understanding how you make a best interest determination, on what grounds and on what's the criteria you use, will help people to ensure that they do no harm, and then that they actually take decisions that will be meaningful for the child in the future.
Thank you, Buddhini, and thank you all of you for attending the panel discussion. And I think there were really important facts that we discussed today, and from all of you, I think that will help us for our future work for both the government and the civil societies like Save the Children. Thank you, everyone. Siad, over to you.
We have come to the final point of the event. So I'm pleased and humbled to be proud that we were able to successfully complete this event. And as a citizens and people who are interested in this subject, please share these recordings and engage continually, and take this as an opportunity to start the discourse on the subject. And I think you all deserve a vote of thanks. So let me call Shamali Nyanasena to give you an official vote of thanks.
Thank you, Siad. I will share the vote of thanks very briefly. So we have reached the end of this event, and I would like to thank, on behalf of the Save the Children, to all the government officials joined today representing following ministries and institutions: a State Ministry of Women and Child Development, Preschool and Primary Education, School Infrastructure and Education Services, National Child Protection Authority, Department of Probation and Child Care Services, Ministry of Justice, Attorney General's Department, National Police Academy, National Police Training College, Police Children and Women's Bureau. Thank you so much for your great contribution for today's event and reassuring government's commitment to tackle the issue of child trafficking in Sri Lanka. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks to the US Embassy of Colombo for joining this event. I would like to express my gratitude to all the presenters, moderators, panelists, and the participants joined today representing different organizations as well as within their individual capacities. We are truly inspired by the expertise you have shared today.
Also, our sincere gratitude goes to the Scout project team and the procurement team of International Organization for Migration for their generous support throughout the process of organizing this event. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks to the senior management, policy advocacy and research team, procurement team, and all the colleagues of Save the Children for your numerous support throughout this process. Also, I would like to thank the Scout project team of Save the Children Sri Lanka, as well as Save the Children Switzerland and Hannah Anuth for joining today, as well as all your contribution during the process of organizing this event. We have been fortunate enough to be supported by a team very motivated and dedicated from Save the Children, IOM, as well as other government stakeholders, especially the Ministry of Women and Child Development and the National Child Protection Authority. A big thanks goes to the Scout project manager, Ziad Mohammed, for his untiring work in managing this event successfully. Last but not least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the team behind this room from RAW for your great support to manage this event successfully. Thanks again, everyone, for joining today, and stay safe, and I wish you a pleasant evening and afternoon. Thank you very much.